your boy young, I give him that thing. Punch your leg stand and punch it America. Punch your door, ban punch your leg stand and punch it America. Punch your door, ban walk on your leg, kankara water no watching. Oga leg gear pow, leg panda with ya punch it America. Panye twala banno, chingatongo pandon kujwera baya cheka. Pagu panda juru wabia di Panchi America, Panji Pancha leg
Welcome everybody. Welcome to Legs State Media. My name is Abraham Majak. I'm one of the Legs State Media hosts. My guests are here on the show. Please start sharing the show. Share the video on your wall and to other people's side. Thank you. I would like to welcome Mike. My guest is Michael Meding, and also to my other guest is James Mabur. Welcome to Legs State Media, gentlemen. Thank you for coming in and to choose. So Michael Meding and Jema, they are one of the group founded of the Citizen for National Solidarity. They are here to respond to the group of people. Coalition for Civil Action, and also they are responding to United Citizen for Change and National People's Movement and Red Movement. This group that they are organized for protests on August 30th. So, gentlemen, thank you for coming in, and I will give this floor to Jema Mabo to introduce yourself, and then next it will be Michael Meding. Welcome, Jema.
Thank you, Abraham, for having us on the Lagos State Media.
Meding, your sound is very low.
Okay.
You can hear me, Abraham?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us on the Lagos State Media platform. As you have introduced us briefly, my name is Juma Mabur.
Meding, your sound, your volume, your voice is still low, it's down. People cannot hear you. Try to take your earphone off to see if it can work.
Meding or myself, Abraham? Me or
it's you, Jima, it's you.
Okay. You cannot hear me now?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, you can hear me, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to reintroduce myself as you had initially done. I appreciate you hosting us on the Lagos State Media this evening, at least in South Sudan. We don't know, it may be a day in the diaspora, especially the US. My name is Juma Mabur Marial. I'm an advocate.
Juma, try to take off your earphone and see if it can be good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's good.
It's clear now, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yes, I'm trying to introduce myself. Sorry for those technicalities. My name is Juma Mabur Marial. I'm an advocate before all court in South Sudan. I'm a member of the Citizen for National Solidarity, an organization that stands for stability and social and national cohesion among the people of South Sudan. I also work with an organization as a program coordinator for peace building, justice, and reconciliation. And I have so many other membership in different organizations and platforms. So thank you so much for hosting us.
Thank you, Comrade Juma Mbur. Comrade Meding, Michael Meding, welcome. It's your turn.
Thank you. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Michael Meding. I'm a South Sudanese by nationality, and I'm one of the Red Army. I went to Ethiopia in 1987. We came to Kakuma, and finally I studied in Kenya. So I hold a Bachelor of Education, and I have Masters of Arts in Leadership from Pan Africa Christian University. I'm a member of the Citizens. I'm a member of the Citizens for National Solidarity, a coalition of individual professionals who believe in cohesion and national stability. In short, those are the few things that we really believe in as citizens of this country.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michael Medine and Jamal Mabur for welcoming in. So we can tell this show into either English or Arabic. So either way, each language that is speak comfortable for you, you are welcome to use. Yeah, my first question for you guys: explain yourself. Explain for your group. Then your group that the Citizen for National Solidarity. What is it? What the work for your organization? Jima? Unmute yourself, Jima. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah, I had muted myself. Yeah, the Citizen for National Solidarity is a member of the larger civil society organizations in South Sudan. And we are a citizen, as we had earlier stated, that look towards the national cohesion. And of intima. Aye. Sorry for that inconvenience.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we are citizens who believe in stability, peace, unity, and national cohesion among the people of South Sudan. We also engage and help the stakeholders to understand how to develop policies and help deliver services to the vulnerable people and the people at the grassroots level. We also try to advocate for human rights and respect for the rule of law and so many other instruments, both international and locally. So that is us in brief.
Okay. So, Michael Meding, you want to add something? No, unmute yourself.
Michael, you unmute yourself.
Yes, I unmute. Thank you for that brief introduction, Jima. Our main motivations of coming together as leaders from the other civil society organizations is to promote an awareness among our people and ensuring that our people should not be misled for the second time or for the third time or for the fourth time for that matter. And the biggest part that we do is that we create awareness among the people by highlighting the issues of governance and the issues of rule of law. So when we come together, we have been in the civil society for about 10 years now. Since I returned to this country in 2011, I've been working in the civil society up to this level, and we have been working with the communities. We know what the communities are feeling on ground. We know what the communities are feeling in Juba. We know what the people are feeling even in the deep rural areas that are hard to reach. So this is the motivation that brings the citizens of national solidarity together to be able to educate our citizens on the importance of peace, on the importance of stability, and the importance of cohesion as a nation. Hello?
My question to you guys is about, you guys released your press statement a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago about
Correct.
you disagree with the PCCA. The PCCA, they are going to protest on August 30th. They are calling for uprising. And they are calling for the regime change. And you guys are not agreeing with their call. Can you guys explain to South Sudanese why your group is against for popular uprising?
Thanks. I think I will begin
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Let,
Okay. You go ahead, Madi.
let, let me
Um,
begin by,
who
thank
want to
you.
go ahead first? Is Jima or Mabur or Madin?
Madin, I think I am there.
Let Michael take over.
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Yes. Thanks for asking that. The People Coalition for Civil Actions has called for popular uprising, civil disobedience, and demonstrations in all over the country, all over South Sudan. We differ with their calls. Number one, we are saying the government, the transitional government that is in place in South Sudan today is a transitional government. It is a government of the arms group that were brought together under a peace agreement to implement some provisions that are put together as a fertilized peace agreement. Those provisions under the agreement are now struggling with them to implement them to ensure that they finish their terms of the transitions. We said it is not possible for citizens to raise against armed coalitions of armed groups. IO was called out from the bush with their arms groups. They have their soldiers. The unification process is ongoing. SOA has the armed group. Some of them have come to the city. Others are still in the bush. The unification process of the process is ongoing. We talk about the other small actors who were also brought to Juba by peace agreement. And this group, they have now formed a government that is called the Transitional Government of National Unity. They are now struggling to implement. We said it's not possible to demonstrate against these people because it will cause another chaos. People will go on the streets, and that will put back the country into chaos. We said that's one. Two, we are saying our population is rural. It's not aware about the peaceful demonstration. They don't know what it is. They don't know. They don't know what you call peaceful demonstrations. They are civilians that are armed. They have the guns. Those who are opposing the government have guns. Those who are supporting the government have guns. If this type of people meet on the streets, will they not fight themselves? Why are we calling for other chaos? Why are we calling for other war? Because the supporters of government in the same city like Bor are there. Those who are opposing the government, they are there. If these people meet on the street together, my brother, it will not be a demonstration. It will be a declaration of another war, and our people will go back to square one. And that's what we said, no. We cannot take our people back to war. Let us support the transitional government and challenge them to implement the provisions of agreement until we go to elections. After elections, when the election is here, who does not need change? We also need change. But it must be a change that comes through a constitutional means. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Michael Madin. Comrade Jima Mabur.
Yeah, thank you, Abraham. I think Michael has tried to put it correctly that we are standing for non-violence and demonstrations. In other words, as we had explained in our paper or press release, means violent, and that is what we are standing against. But let's look at this analogy, Abraham. Uh, we are not saying we are disagreeing in totality with the call for civil action group and even the other group that have joined them. But our analogy is, you see, is about the patient and the doctor. When you go to the hospitals, you have the symptoms that are taking you to the hospital. And you explain to the doctor, who will now be able to come up with a conclusion that I have diagnosed you have a malaria or you have a typhoid or any other disease. And then now he will prescribe for you the medicine that you need to take. Now that is where we differ. The root causes and the challenges that South Sudan have in terms of leadership and strategic vision as said by the uh, People Coalition for Civil Action, the issues of wealth sharing, the issues of development, the issues of freedom of expression, and other Bill of Rights issues, the issues of democracy, the issues of peace and unity, the issues of a demonstration of justice and corruption. You know, these are some of the common issues that people are facing today in South Sudan. And that is the symptom that they have been suffering. And then we went to the doctor and said, okay, what can we do? That's why people went to Addis Ababa and they were able to sign the revitalized peace agreement. That revitalized peace agreement has given us a prescription of what medicine we should take such that we can be able to get healed from this disease or recover from this sickness. Therefore, the citizen uh, for national solidarity are saying instead of us prescribing maybe antibiotic and Panadol, we are prescribing a wrong medicine for the disease that should be healed by giving the Panadol or chloroquine. So what we are telling these people is that, you know, people of South Sudan have not rested since time immemorial. It was from 1955 to 1972, from 1972 to 1983, from 1983 to 2005, 2005 to 2011. So from 2012 up to now, we have not rested. And therefore, what we are saying is the tool that we have now, which is the revitalized peace agreement, should be the one that we should use to ensure that whatever the challenges we have, we are almost arriving at resolving all of them through peaceful means, but not by going through the violence. And when we get into detail later on, you'll be able to realize that violence is committing another crime whereby you will have to go back on the drawing board and then negotiate the best mechanism that should be used to return the country to normalcy. And that's why we are against this issue of calling for demonstration. Because if you look at the call for demonstration and the discussion, the conversation that the People Coalition for Civil Action have been having, they are calling for an overhaul of all the laws and all the institutions in place, and then they want us now to get into the uprising, which will take us back to square one. So we are against that, and we are saying the only alternative we have now, and that is where we can invest all our energies and effort on, is the peace agreement. And it is only through peace agreement that we can be able to surmount some of all these challenges that they are talking about. And indeed, as citizens for national solidarity, we are also concerned about some of these issues.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Jima. Let me say here, Simon Abui. Simon Abui, I tried to check your inbox. I sent you a link it's coming from Lake States. So it's not coming from me, it's coming from Lake States. Check your inbox. Thanks. So I will mix up question with the audience that are watching. So Daniel Ding is asking you guys, like the way Mulana Jemyamugor, what is going on in the country. However, do the panelists know that the parties to agree with exit the mandate on August 30th? So can you respond to Daniel?
Thank you, Daniel. In fact, that is a reality, because one of the things that we did not want to be done by these parties, you know, these people have been very intelligent enough, and they are trying to play the South Sudanese communities in one way or another, such that they can be able to keep the status quo. And Daniel, you will agree with me that the 2015 election was supposed to weed out some of these leaders that we talk about being tired of them. But because they knew that we were going to fall into their plan, they created the crisis within the one party and try now to put the election to 2018 after agreeing on the peace agreement. When they signed the peace agreement in 2015 and they came back in 2015, then they dogfight in year one because they knew the period was almost ending. And therefore, people would again fall for their plan. And they decided now there is no way out again. What we need to do now is to ensure that we fight such that we renegotiate ourselves into the system. And then now, 2022 is coming because it is just a year away. And that is when the revitalized peace agreement is supposed to come to an end. And that's why you see a lot of splitter group being created such that people now will turn their attention to the other side and say, okay, now we cannot go for election while there are a lot of problems. And that is the game that we want to learn such that we can be able to play with them. Instead of us allowing ourselves to be used by these people, then we should also try to give them the benefit of doubt that we understand the way you are playing your game and we can play with you. And that is why even the call for civil uprising, brother Daniel, your thing is that the call for civil uprising will again increase the period for these people, because at the end of the day, these are not easy people that we can just say go, like we are saying on 30th, they must resign. They will not resign because these people have both the economic power, they have the financial power, which is economic power, they have military power, and they even have people who are their followers. And therefore, it will not be easy for them to go. Now, what we need to do, and the way that we need to increase this pressure, is to use this number of civil society organizations, the Citizen for National Solidarity, the People Coalition for Civil Uprising, and the rest of the group, the Red Card Movement, and all of these people, that we need to gather this effort and put through our energy, such that we can be able to tell them, no, you cannot again try to extend your period, because if it is A, B, C, D, then we are ready to do it. And that is where we call upon the international community and also the regional community and the citizens of South Sudan, that we don't need to continue to support these people in keeping the status quo. And the only way out is to ensure that this extension should not go through. And if that is the basis of demonstration, then whatever provision of the agreement from chapter 1 up to chapter 7, or whichever chapters it has, we need to make sure that every chapter is implemented to its letter and spirit from now up to 2022. Even if the election happened in early 2023 or mid 2023, that would be an achievement for all of us. But if we go for civil action now, you will know the process of transition, and then the resistance from these people will again take us back to square one. So then we are aware of that, but we will condemn it, because we are not only condemning the uprising, but we will also condemn people who want to take advantage of the crisis to continue to extend the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Jama. Brother Meding, do you want to add something on that question?
Yeah, I think the people of South Sudan are listening to us, and they are listening carefully. Let me tell our people, our viewers, wherever they are, the first thing that happens if the country go on uprising is the suspension of the project that are ongoing, and the declarations of the state of emergency. I hope everybody understand that. The declaration of state of emergency make everything in the country unworkable. There's nothing that can work by that time. The army take over the country, and then now the degrees will start raining in, because the rule of law must be restored before the implementation of the agreement. That will take us another 5 to 6 months or a year. This is what we are saying. We are saying, as long as you are tired of this government which is in power, it is a transitional government. In fact, it is not your government. It is not an elected government. It is a coalition of armed parties. They have come together, and they have been put together under a roof by IGAD and the Troika and other international community members to implement the agreement. In fact, until 2023. And then from there, you will have an opportunity to elect the people you want. And if our brother, Brother Leonard Abraham Awolij, want to contest as the president, then by that time it is an opportunity for him to sell his manifesto to us. And of course, people will support his ideas. But uprising It has never solved a problem in Libya. It never solved a problem in Sudan. It never solved a problem even in Afghanistan. It did not solve a problem even in Kenya. What happened at the end of the day is the coalition agreement. And people will have to sit, dialogue, negotiate, and form a transitional government again. That will take us another 6 years. So why should we be doing transitional every transitional? Why should we do a transitional government in 2016 and now we want to do another one in 2021? Why don't we just support this transitional government to implement the agreement, and we have one fundamental change in 2023 when the election is being done? This is what we are telling those of Awali. And two, my brother Abraham Awali was in government. He was in fact a resourceful person who was involved in the negotiation of the revitalized peace agreement. Molana Juma Mabur, my brother James Mondi Zapuki, and the rest of us who were never involved. He was the resource person. He was also involved in the national dialogue. He was there. And he knows how difficult it is to achieve transformational change through dialogue. It is not possible. The only thing we can do is to support the government, let them organize elections, and anybody who needs change in this country, anybody who have a dream for a better government, have a better leadership, will now say in manifesto and continue. But making it now, it will take us to square one. This is what we are saying. This is what we are saying. Basically, let me give you some example of our viewers. When the Sudanese went on the streets and overthrow Umar al-Bashir through uprising, just Sudan here, not very far. What happens? After Bashir stepped down, the government that was formed was a military government. And the civilians were only integrated. Do you know how many civilians are in that government? Do you know how many are there? Of course, very few. So there's no way you can get a government through uprising. If you want the government that will really work for you, you wait for 2023 and we go for elections and we elect in our leaders whom we want. By that time, my friend, we will support you. Not now.
Alrighty. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for tuning in, Simon Aboy. I will give you a chance after I put in my question to my guests. Just end type there. Thank you for joining us. My question is coming from one of our guests, our viewers. He sent me a question yesterday when he saw the announcement that you guys are coming to the show. So I will play that question for you guys to see. This question is coming from Michael Peter Malau. So you guys reading it. So do you guys support barbaric arrest and harassment or violence against the peaceful demonstrators? So are you guys supporting that? Yema?
The answer is a big no and big no and big no. Because if you look at chapter 2 of our constitution, the Bill of Rights, from Article 9 up to Article 34, and look specifically from Article 24 to 25 to 26, there is no space for any arbitrary arrest or detention or harassment or any violence against anybody that is going for peaceful demonstration, because the Bill of Rights encompasses a lot of rights, including but not limited to the freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of association. So there is no way whatsoever that we can be able to answer that hypothetical question in the positive. But now we also need to look at the institutions, because whatever happened, the law does not have any gap in as far as this legal principle and the Bill of Rights are concerned. But the problem is the institution and the individual that implement the law that need to be reined on, such that people are restrained or constrained from abusing the law that they have been entrusted to implement. So I think to Peter, is a very big no. We cannot be able to support arbitrary arrest, harassment, and even violence against anybody, leave alone even the demonstrators. But if somebody break the laws, then they can be arrested innocently. But that is not what the law suggests. that we support arbitrary arrest. We cannot do that. As a lawyer, I cannot do that. As members for social cohesion and national stability, we cannot support that. And that is why we say we always engage the stakeholders and the government to uphold human rights and also have respect for the rule of law and the constitution. So there is no way we can support arbitrary arrest whatsoever the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michael Meding, my next question is going PCCA and Red Card Movement and National People's Movement and United Citizens for Change, they partner together, and they are the one who are calling for uprising August 30th. My question is, are you guys going to go on the street on the 30th, on August 30th, to do your protest against PCCA?
Our answer is no. Our answer is no. We are not encouraging people to go on the streets on day 30. We are telling people, please, let's enjoy the relative peace that we have now. And this is why we are even concerned about the moral of this uprising. Because 2013, people were killing themselves in Juba. Our brother, our very good brother, Abraham Awalij was here. He did not demonstrate when there was killing in Bor, there was killing in Malakal, there was killing in Bintiu, there was killing all over. He did not demonstrate. 2016, when there was dogfight in J1, our very brother, who called out the mouthpiece, was also there, and he did not demonstrate. Why is he demonstrating now when we are seeing the roads are going to Lagos States and along? We are seeing roads going to Bor. We are seeing roads going to Torit. We are seeing roads between Nimli and Juba being rehabilitated. It is simple. Our brothers want to negotiate themselves back to government. They are now in the call. These people, they have a feeling that it is always their best right to work with the government. And that's why they are calling the citizens to go on the streets on their behalf and to be called out to come and negotiate and take themselves back in the government. Our uncle quilled it. He was the governor of Northern Barghazal. When this country was passing through difficulties, he did not go on the streets. He did not call for mass actions. My brother Rajab Modis, he was the minister of fiscal infrastructure in Yambio, Western Equatoria. There were difficulties, but they did not call for mass actions. This mass action that is being called on 30th of August is only a strategy of looking for power. And that's why we are telling people, don't go on the streets. Enjoy the little peace that you have. Enjoy your movement. Enjoy your businesses. Enjoy your presence in your field. Don't go on the streets. And we are encouraging our citizens, those who listen to us, those who are convinced by our debates, that this is not the right time for us to raise against the government that is armed to the teeth. My brother, Madid, let me bring some context here. If you shoot me as a policeman, the first thing that the people will ask is the guy who shoot Michael Madin, which tribe does he come from? They will not know that you are a police. They will know that the person who shot Michael Madin on the streets was from Bari. And all my tribemen who ran against Bari, they will say it is from Bor, and all my tribemen who ran against Bor. That's why we are saying going on the streets will only bring chaos. And we are not encouraging our people to go on the streets. We are saying continue doing your business and let's support the agreement. We are saying this agreement that we have here is the only tool that can give us the opportunity to vote again after 10 years of living in the cold. We have never voted. We had voted in 2010. Now we are in 2021. The only time we can vote is
let me interrupt for a second, Mading. Let me make this clear. Mayom, I need you to let you know that we don't accept the language that you're using. So I see some of your comment, and they are not going toward our rule here. So please, so I delete your comment and I block you because we don't condone those kind of language. Thank you. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Thank you. So what we are saying the agreement that we have as a country, it was brokered by IGAD, Troika, and the other international community entities. It is the only hope that the country has. And if we implement this agreement, we supported the transitional government to implement all the provisions in the agreement, then the people of South Sudan at the end will have an opportunity to vote in the leaders they want. The leaders that we have today are leaders who were brought together by the agreement. And we consider this government as a tool. It's not a government, it's a tool. It is a tool itself that is put together to implement the agreement. Then after that, we shall form the people government. But this government now, Iowa was brought, SAW was brought here, and the SPLM in government, and the other members of the armed groups, they were brought together and they were told, share the seats and implement the agreement. And then in one of the provisions there is the peace, is the elections, which is the only hope that we have. That's the time that I will be able to have an opportunity to vote. But if our people go back on the streets on day 30, then God will keep us alive and you will see what will happen. I will not tell you now. You will just see what will happen. Because this is a tribal community. It is a tribal state. It is a state that we don't ask. Where are you coming from? We said, which tribe are you? Why do we want to destroy our own country again? We are saying let's support the transitional government, and then after that, we are going to have an election. And that elections will give us the opportunity to bring in the change we want. Not now, it can take our country back to war. And we are saying no. The people in the villages are now cultivating. The people in the villages are now fishing. The people in the villages are now having their cows around them. They are in the cattle camp. They are not hearing the armed group attacking them. Let them live their lives and let continue implement our agreements. And after 2023, we shall bring in the people we want. We shall see the change that all of us want. But for now, let's support this government. That's my position, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Let me welcome my brothers who joined me on the studio, Isaac and B came aboard. Welcome to Let's Stay Media. Yeah. Jima, do you want to respond to something before I give a chance to Simon Obui?
I think I had already responded to a number of issues that were raised.
Okay.
And,
good. So now I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
Yeah. Without me even going into the details of private interests about some of the people in different groups, I would stick to the objective position that under the constitution, the transitional constitution, which is our grand norm, we have Article 26, which talk about the right to participation and voting. And that should be the benchmark for all these issues that we want to address in as far as the situation in South Sudan is concerned. Yeah, right to assembly, right to demonstration, right to freedom of expressions are all enshrined in the constitution. But then how far have they gone with the very weak institution that we have, with the status quo that we have had from 2005 up to now, and then with the armed group that we have had? And I want to reiterate one of the points that has been said by my colleague Michael Madid, that our country is largely militarized and it is largely tribalized. And whenever you are trying to do anything, even the way we talk here, Abraham, people will just start now categorizing us. Oh, this one is Dinka. Even Dinka is a Dinka from here and a Dinka from there. And you can see that lack of national identity will always continue to peg us even when we are talking about some of the critical national issues that we want to address. And these are critical times for South Sudan because on one hand, you have people who were highly involved in the peace agreement, the negotiation, and even the implementation. Because up to a month before the declaration was made by those of my elder brother, Abraham Awole and Rajab Mwandis, and even Uncle Kwel and David. I was in Yambio with Rajab Mwandis, and we were trying to see how different people from different political parties can be able to work together under a coalition government. And this was done in partnership with the University of Juba and then the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies and also with the UNIMIS. And we were trying to see how we can be able to persuade some of this group to implement the peace agreement, because that is the only exit strategy that we know for South Sudan. Because any violence beget violence. There is nothing that will come out of this, and that is the reasoning that I wanted to share with our colleagues who are highly informed and highly intellect. People like Abraham Awole, I respect them, and people like Rajab Mwandis and the people that have come on board with them. That whatever is happening, we are almost to the shore, and we should not be able to get tired. It's about time that we are crossing to the promised land. So what we need to do is, now that we have realized there is no political will and there is no commitment and national statementship from either party to the peace agreement, what we need to do is to make sure that we bring this collective energy together and be able to put them with help from our colleague from the region and also from the international community, and tell them we can even go back as far as chapter 1, because the chapter 1 is on the establishment of the government of national unity. The state government has not been completed now because you have only established the executive and you have established the legislature halfway, and we need the state assemblies also to be established. So what we need to do is go back to the drawing board now that we have woken up, even some of you who were part of these people. That let us go back to the peace agreement and say, okay, in chapter 1, article 1 point this one has not been implemented. Can we be able to implement it? And if that is where they want to stop moving forward, then we put them. And that's the argument that we have around all these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Boy, Simon, boy, welcome to Lagos State Media, and and media staff, that what we are discussing. I have my guest here, Michael Mading and Jim Amubur. They are one of the members of the Citizen of National Solidarity, the organization based in Juba, and they are against the PCCA and the rest of the group who joined PCCA calling for uprising in the country. So I will give this chance to you if you have a question for them. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Abramadit. And I also want to thank all the panels. And I want to thank Lake State Media and all the viewers. I hope I'm clear, right?
Yeah, you are clear. Yes.
All right, thank you. So what I'm here for, I just want to give some of the support. I don't really agree with the point of this demonstration. And this has been my point from day one. I'm not supporting it. For me, I care about the life of our people. We have lost enough people of South Sudan, and we don't want to continue seeing them dying on the street. Because we know very well, South Sudan, we don't have rule of law. This is one thing we have to put in our mind. The security arrangement has not been implemented. So what is the guarantee for those people to come on the street to think that they're going to be protected? That's one thing. And some of the speakers have already put it clear. South Sudan is a tribal country, and people sometimes they do things based on the tribal line. For example, somebody gets shot, like from the police, from like what our brother Mading say, from another tribe. They will not say those civilians or the demonstrators shot the police. They will say, first they want to see is Where that police from? Is it from Bur community? Is it from Aliab? Is it from where? Once they know where that police officer came from, then they want to find out where that the shooter come from. Okay, the person that shoot the police officer, where that shooter come from. After that, they will go after that community. And now, are we really making things better for ourselves, or are we making the country to become more chaotic and worse? So for me, my advice to the people of South Sudan, please don't waste your time to go on the street on the 30th. Stay in your houses. Save your life, because that country have no law, no rule of law. You go on the street, that's your own. If something happened to you, do not blame anybody. You have to know that most of the people have given you the advice not to go on the street. The second thing is, with those people there, the leaders of the PCCA, first what we need to do is we need to look at their backgrounds, where they come from. Raja Mohandis, like my brother said, he was working with the Western Equatorial State. And this guy actually, if people don't know, is agents of Akolkor. He's working with Akolkor. So we don't want people just to get defeated and then end up losing their life, for some people who are looking for their own personal benefit. Abraham, my colleague Abraham Awali, he was also working with the government. He said by his own mouth that he was advisor and he did a lot of things with the government. Why he didn't advise the government to do the right thing? And now when things are going sour, he say he's against. So these are all way of personal interest. People are looking for their power. They are looking for a way to get in. One thing you people of South Sudan need to put in your mind is this: even if this demonstration go on the street and become successful, that they triple the government, I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters, it's going to be worse than what is now. Okay? Because what's going to happen, that government is not going to be it's not going to be heard by the PCCA. They're still going to hand it over to the military, like what happened in Khartoum. When the demonstration happened in Khartoum, they took Al-Bashir. At the end, the government was handed over to the military. And now, is there any peace in Khartoum? It's still worse. So you guys don't look for the worst, but let's just be patient. Look for other means, but do not do demonstration. Red card movement, that Montiaku area, they were scared, they ran away, and now they are trying to come back with the PCCA, with the other groups. Brothers and sisters, let's be careful. For me, I will advise my people in Juba or all over South Sudan to stay in your houses on the 30th. If you care about your life, you stay in your house. But if you don't care about your life, go on the street. Whatever happened to you, you're on. Don't say that you guys know about it, and if you not inform us, we are informing you now. You stay in your houses. Please do not go on the street. And I just want to thank all the other politics that they are against what this group are doing. For me, I don't accept it, because what difference will the military government do than what Kir? Kir is the military government. Okay, it's the same. Kir is a military. He took over the country. Now you want to bring another military person to come take over, or you want to bring a Kolkor to come in and take over? Will that be peaceful or will it be worse? Let's be careful, our people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's a good message. Let me give this chance to BK Mopor. I know your internet is bad. You keep cutting off. I will give you a few minutes to go
on. Thank you, Mr. Hood. I hope everyone hear me.
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. It's my first time I'm actually joining this discussion from Perth, Western Australia. And I spoke with one of co-hosts, Mr. Isaac, this morning because I have seen that some of the organizations that have come up and against the PPC. First of all, I'm not a member of the PCCC. I'm not a member of any of these organizations. So my view would be, personal me as a person, I'm a member of the SPLM, SPLA since I was young, 1987. So I know gentleman Dr. Abraham Penyawole, because we went to Ethiopia at the same time. And those of Jima knows very well, was a part of the group that worked in Nairobi under Edward Lino. I have taught as a teacher, but I moved to Australia about 19 years ago. So my current works now, though I was a teacher in the past, so I'm an independent consultant in the area of strategic planning and politics, and all that time with the Curtin University and Murdoch University. So what I want to add to my brothers is that some have raised a very important point, but we should have gone back and actually see about the government of the transitional government of national unity, how they came in, as Jimai has explained, and that is the concern to me as an observer. And I believe it would have been very important that someone from PCCC, that they are not an armed group, they are a group within, as you guys have mentioned, and they were in Juba. Governor Kwela was a governor, but he left governorship a long time ago, and I think around 2014. And he has been teaching in Juba. Wallet has been doing research for another group, and he was from Sudan Institute. For me as an observer, I believe that if I were to advise someone such as, or if I were to write a piece, I think the citizens coming up to actually challenge their government, it is a very important thing. Because the government of transitional unity that has come have left, and I believe in my view, it has bring chaos. Because if you see, actually, that's what we, the citizens, should actually be asking. And I listened to interview of Comrade Wallet with SSBC here. I mean, yes, SSBC in SBS in Australia, I mean. And it comes around, which I really think it has a point, and it would have been nice that for us as the viewers and some of the interest group that who love South Sudan as those brothers do, as we all do, and sisters, because the government that we have, I actually myself do not know who is my MP, because people are saying that is something that works for the interest of the people. And based on the interview, what I have heard from Wallet, this is where this come from, because the chaos is going to come, but not from Red Card Movement, not from PCCC, but not for the some of the organization that I hear. It will come from the government itself. I think Brother Juma will come from the same county, and I think we currently have 4 MPs. We have got an MP from SPLIO, we have got an MP from SPLM, we have got an MP from NCP, we have got an MP from former detainees, and that is one. So people actually could not, and I think in all of across South Sudan, in every constituency, they have got these numbers. And one of the example is that, which I've seen in some commentaries, a young woman, which is not even a South Sudanese national, was made an MP, appointed MP of Morobo by someone who is from a different part of South Sudan, which is from part of Baral Ghazal, which is the current minister, Peter Mayan Majum, which seemed to, he has his own party. And based on what I have heard from this group, I think is what they have raised things that we as the citizens, we actually have to challenge this. And I believe that for other organizations that are not even registered to come up and defending the government, and government is not coming out, actually it gives a point to an organization such as PCCA. So we shouldn't be looking about things that might happen, to the citizen, because if this government in Juba represent the people, they should not actually be shooting them because, first of all, do they have arms or not? So if they are going just to demonstrate, what they should have worked on is to let someone like Kwelagur actually comes up with their mission and objectives. Why do they want to topple the government? So demonstration, it doesn't mean the government is to be toppled. It had happened in the United States of America, where you could see people went for demonstration, but when they actually went and damaged the capital, that's where the FBI stepped in to do investigation. Those were arrested after that had happened. And you have seen, they were not. You have seen where some people took things into their own hand, even some police officers were injured. Okay. And that's where it was taken. So I believe if these people were, they should take a permission, and it happens. In Australia, it does happen. It happened in Great Britain. Unless South Sudan, we're seeing ourselves as a government that is not embracing this. So I really believe that's what should have been done. The other thing this organization should also see is that we should be questioning the government. It doesn't mean that even the SPLM party itself, they have to question itself. It happened here in Australia. The current Liberal government, prime ministers have been changed 3 times. It doesn't mean, and some of those they're still now in the parliament, you see, because they want to see what are the objectives of their party, how they are going. So the issue now is that the objective of the SPLM as a party have actually been hijacked. And me personally, I really believe that the president is being taken hostage by a group who had actually stolen those objectives to put them into their own interest. So to come out as an organization to judge the other organizations that have not even been registered yet in the party, and the 2 gentlemen that's making argument here, they have an organization that have not been registered. And you put yourself in a position as the spokesperson of organization that is linked to the government. You don't talk independently. So I believe that as the citizen, you should have come up with an alternative to be questioning. And I think that any citizen, if I happen to be in Juba, and I questioned this when I was in Juba in 2016, I was there. Riakem when I was there. And I just left in 2017 to come. And we were asking these questions in some of the forum that we were in, and about the service delivery. Why is the government not selling the service that they are giving? So it doesn't mean that you are an opposition, doesn't mean that you want to topple the government. For example, if I were to be in Juba today, I will ask the advisor of security, for instance, Mr. Trudeau, what does he actually advise the government? Because the insecurity is so rampant, even in the capital, there are people that are shooting people, and there are known gunmen. They have actually killed some of the important people that work for the government. Yes, I would ask that question. Doesn't mean that I would be a problem. And if those ones are not answered about how the state of our police force now, the way they are in, then we can demonstrate that our police force are not being protected because they don't have uniform, they don't have protecting gears, they don't have even equipment so that they can do the service when we call them to come and attend to an incident that had happened. You see, we can protest about that. We can protest about why the hospital do not have medicines, why our nurses are not equipped, why the doctors are not equipped, why emergency departments are not equipped. You see, we can. It doesn't mean that we want to double, but it will be the government who comes out to defend that position. These are the issues that we have, which I believe now it puts actually the government in a backward position, and our neighbors are watching. You see, if I was to be in Juba, I would actually question why there was flood in Jonglei. We have all seen that. And Brother Madinka from Jonglei. And I think for him as a citizen to ask his MP or the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management like Peter Mayan, he applied to Kwajuk every weekend. And I heard this from his interview, according to iRadio interview that he heard about the incident happening. So we have the citizen who will ask him, why should him going to Kwajuk a priority, not attending to issues that are happening in Jonglei, which is a part of South Sudan? Why can he not go to Kejekeji because issues are happening in Kejekeji? You see, why is he not attending the issues that are happening in Numle? You see, it doesn't mean that you are against the SPLM or you are against the party because the minister that is. So I believe that this is what some of these institutions should come up. The other thing we should also ask, because this road issue comes up, because there are no road being built. For instance, the Juba-Rumbek Road or Rumbek Road or Juba-Barakazal Road, it was the president himself and the minister in his office that went to China. The minister in his office went and changed. That is an insult. It's not people like a Wally that insult the president. It was the minister in his office that insulted him. He changed it into his own thing. And we have heard from the president that if Brother Mayi was there, he would answer. But he was the one who gave him the job. But later on, we saw him in Chad while the people are drowning in Jonglei. There is no delegate that was there.
So
let me finish that point, you see? And now we have seen him there. So we need a group of citizens who would be asking, Mr. President, what is going on? So I really believe this would be an interest even to the government, because opposition brings balance and checks, and it will be seen outside. And I believe that if all these organizations come together, because it is not an arm, it will, and then prove that these are the questions that we have. And I believe these are some of the questions that some of you, some of organizations, a Red Card, and some of these organizations should actually adopt, because there is no opposition now in South Sudan. Because you have seen IO is shut up, they are not talking. Riek Machar went to Chad, he was crying in Chad, but he hasn't visited even his constituency to go and cry, because in Lair now, people are suffering there. And nothing will prevent him to. Some general within the SPLM, and these are the people that have suffered, none of these people went and cried. And I believe this is what we, all the citizens, should be talking about and should be questioning them. Okay? 2023 is not going to come with all these MPs that are there. So I really believe, gentlemen, we should actually give PCCA a chance to explain why do they made that declaration. And I believe, and I'm just pointing this, and these are some of the things that I believe that as a citizen, when Wally was interviewed, they are very legitimate. But the question is, should those be taken to damage the property? That will be the problem. Okay? If they demonstrate to ask this question, it doesn't mean and the government actually need those questions to answer them, but not to shoot the citizen. All right? So what we should have come to understand, and I put a comment, is to see what is the nature of this. Because the people who have killed, they are the one now in J1. The people that who have killed other citizens of South Sudan, whether you are in the government or whether you are in IO, it is wrong. Okay? It is wrong for that to happen. And what had happened now? We have got soldiers now in the bushes, but we don't have any group asking the government what is happening. We have contract being signed, and there's no group that is asking the government. So if we don't ask, service is not going to come. But and I think this organization is what you should do, and get the people who are expert in security, people expert in public management, people who are expert in agriculture, to put their view what will be, so that the little resources that we have should be put there. So thank you, and I think this is what we should do.
Thank you, Brother DK Mabor, for your wonderful word and your input. Talk about the Red Card movement. I will let you, Jima and Michael Meding, respond later. Let me give this chance to Isaac. Talk about the Red Card movement. Isaac is one of the members of Red Card movement. When the Red Card movement was founded a couple of years ago, he was one of the members who was campaigning for uprising, and he's still doing it. So, Isaac, welcome to Legacy Media, and please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know why there's an echo here, Jamal. If you guys know that.
Everybody's mute. Let me mute. Everybody's mute.
Okay. Thank you for everyone here. Let me get to the point. That way I don't have to take time. And I know a lot of people listening. I'm going to say thank you for all of you guys, actually, first, because there's some people against this. There's some people with it. And all of you guys speaking from your heart. The way I see it right now, everybody wants peace. Everybody wants something different. This is what makes us agree. Well, what is going on? We already know, what our government doing. We give them the chance for a couple of years. Okay. All of us, we know this, what's happening. And we're not seeing any different thing coming up out of it. Well, I have my brother here asked earlier why people don't ask the citizen why they're uprising like this. Okay. And there's somebody here too say RCM dead since 2019 May 16 when we came out. I'm gonna tell you guys once why the people that not this is even not everybody. This is the youth. There's a difference between revolution and march. Just let people understand that first. All right, revolution is something that we all have to come together. I don't care even if the government, even if the citizens, all of us, we have to come together in this to solve this problem. This is when you call it a revolution. But this movement, this is not a revolution to me. Okay, because March we did it, May 16, 2019, when Kir come out with all the Babar, with Silahar, with Jesh, something that it doesn't make no sense. Why you want to kill somebody coming to you, okay, as a citizen, and he tell you, I'm not gonna be silent, and I'm not gonna be violent. So who's the violent here? You took all the kids to prison, almost 2,000 kids that day. Okay, we know about them. We know the names one by one. Okay, you threaten us, the one outside. We told you, RCM is not for the government. RCM is for the youth. RCM is just tired. The youth just tired of going to college, no jobs. Everything we trying to do, there's nothing good for us. There's no respect. Our voice has not been heard in front of the government. This is the thing is bothering the youth today. This is the reason that keep telling you, Kir, this is straight up to Kir. Kir, this is what your citizen, this is what your youth need from you. Okay? Step in the side, you and React and the rest, the 40 of you guys since 2013, whatever you got destroyed, we're not gonna go back this today. And whatever you got destroyed until today, how many people you guys killed? My people. Kir, you need to step in the side, bring somebody in there, let us go to election if you want it. Otherwise, all our young people, they will not be quiet. This is something TV Joshua told you that before when he came to your country. You gotta leave your differences to the side. You not want to listen. You don't know how to listen, Kir. This is why the young people getting pissed off of the own president. Okay. Another thing I gotta tell you about God. Okay. Isaiah 49 to 23. What he say? Okay? God said, those who hope in me will not be disappointed. Okay? We're not, we're putting God in front of us, kid. We're putting God in front of us, right? You're not going to stop us. We know who's taking us that road. You need to understand this really clear. Okay? Another thing, Matthew 6:14 to 15. Okay? This is forgiveness. This is some stuff you guys need to understand about forgiveness. Read your Bible. Okay? The forgiveness, everything happened between those tribes. Here, we already know our Bible. We know what God bringing to us. Okay? Last thing, why these kids doing it and how they're gonna do it. Trust me, kid. All right. There's something called it. If you go to your Bible, Esther, what Esther did for her people. Esther free her people. What she say? I will talk to the king. You guys take 3 days fasting without drinking, without eating.
So
What happened? What happened
yeah,
in the end? Let me finish, my brother. Let me finish this so I can even get out. That's not for me. I just came here to clear some stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You go ahead, but I want to add something on your. This group are on the show right now. Jemma Mabor and Meding. They are members of the Citizen for National Solidarity, and they are condemning your group, Red Card Movement, and PCCA, and the other group that you guys join. So they are here to condemn your movement. So your call for uprising, calling for citizens to go on the street to protest it, and that's why they are here. So I thought that you should focus and question. If you have a question to ask Jim Amabor or Michael Medin, you should do that. So that is the way that we need to focus on the topic. So they are here, and you are members of Red Card Movement, and they are here to say that what you guys doing is not right, and then
Okay.
you can respond
Okay.
why you guys right. So I
Okay.
will give you that. Go ahead.
If you hear me earlier, what I said, I respond why the young people and what we believe in. This is what I just give you. Okay. And if you came to my brothers here, okay, they're talking about, oh, everything you say, oh, this is a Denka person, this is Denka. This is a lie. We don't have that. As youth, we don't. We know you are Southern Sudanese. That's it. We don't know about this tribe, nothing. And that's the reason I just mentioned those things. Okay. If the citizens want to go to the street, right, why are you mad about it? Why you don't just be for them? Just be there for them. As you want to sell your business, whatever you want to sell. This is the time to be with your people. Whatever matter, come much your hofra. This is the time you're supposed to be with them. If they're wrong, let them be wrong. This is the point we're supposed to mention to our people. It's not about, oh, walaya group bitai gal kida kida, walaya group bitai gal kida. Ana kan gutala na yaw jipta kalam kiro react mazgo ita, you gonna believe it? You're not gonna believe it. You see? This is the thing that we don't want it. We want to find a table, all of us who can sit and eat. Jamana. This is my last thing for you guys, man. God bless Southern Sudanese, and I believe on you guys. Once you guys come together, y'all gonna make a difference for the world.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael and Jima, so you hear it from the South Sudanese, your fellow South Sudanese. You hear the voices. I will give this chance to you guys to respond.
Yeah.
Because Isaac made me laugh so much. I know, Isaac, I understand your frustration, my brother. And those are some of the frustration that most of South Sudanese are going through. And you are even much better because you are sitting in your AIC in London or in Washington or in New York and maybe in Australia. But some of us who are here are feeling a very big hit and we are understanding the context. That is why we are saying whatever you call the popular uprising or the revolutions or civil action is very dangerous, especially in the context that we live in. And whatever you have said, all of them, almost all of them are true. And I think even Mabur Abiel knows we have talked about, a lot about some of these things. And if you were to go on my Facebook, we are not friends on Facebook, but if you were to go on my Facebook wall, you would see a lot of critical articles about the government and about the system. But I have also seen from 2013 to 2016, even to recent time, the people that suffer a lot in any disagreement or in any violence that is started are always the ordinary citizen of South Sudan. These politicians, these activists, these intellectuals, these academia, including ourselves, we will remain here if the revolution is started on 30th. And maybe you topple the government, and then the new body comes in. We'll be the one to sit on the table and talk about the positions, power sharing, and all these things, the transition. But the most important thing is most of the people would have been lost. And these are not us. These are ordinary citizens. The children of the politician that you want to tackle now will not be there. Us, the intellectual, will not be there. The academia will not be there. But the ordinary people that we are telling to go on the street will be the one to pay the price. But when I look back at the interview of Abraham Owolej and Rajab Mwandis and last week or 2 weeks ago, that was done by Abraham Madid and the host of the late media team. You know, there are some of the things that we need to be underlining as South Sudanese, because from our leaders to other intellectual and even to the diaspora, we take South Sudan as a transit point where we want to do some things and then we go somewhere. For example, what I underline, and maybe Abraham will be able to go back to their archives and make their reference. When they were asked about why the PCCA may not fail like the Red Card movement and may not fail like the Sunrise, or they call it the generational exit, Abraham and Rajab said that they will not fail because they have been working on this thing for the last 2 years. Now, when you look back at the last 2 years, Abraham was in the national dialogue. Rajab was in the revitalized peace agreement, negotiating the peace agreement in Addis Ababa. Now, when you look at that, there is some little line of dishonesty among us as South Sudanese, because you are doing one thing here and you are cooking another thing behind the scene. And that is why we are not moving forward. In as much as we try to portray our patriotism in the face of it, we call it prima facie as lawyers. In the face of it, there are some of the things that we are doing behind the back. And that's why we are saying, in as much as we plan to do a lot of things for the public good, we also need to be questioning ourselves. Because if you have been planning public uprising for the last 2 years, and you are trying to convince people to implement the peace agreement, and you are trying to convince people to implement the resolution of the national dialogue, then what are you trying to tell us? This is where we try to have shortcoming as South Sudanese. And I really agree with the point that things are not the way they are supposed to be. But
Juma,
what we know
Juma,
is that
Juma,
when we
look,
go through this direction, we'll not be able to
Juma,
help South Sudan that we
let,
wanted to help.
let,
Because
let
at
me,
the
let
end
me,
of the day, it is ordinary people that will suffer. It is not us. Thank you.
Juma, let me put something in there, bro. Okay, there's 3 or 4 things you said. All right, that might be true, that might not be true, but I'm gonna tell you this. One of them, you said the citizen that will suffer. My brother, citizen that been suffering since the day government that catch you, min katalo jongaran, citizen that the suffering since that day. Okay, there is a time, there's a point we have to do it. Just like we nini jinna Southern Sudan na malaman na daw vote talan Southern Sudan min isma Khartoum. There's a time أهلنا كلهم ماتوا بالكلام ده. تقول لنا نفرين 3 في شارع سفرين. Okay, 2 ناس اللي السيتيزن ده كان الليل عملوا ريفولوشن وهم قاعدوا سوا. انت براك خلي الناس ده بيجينا بعدين. الناس اللي مشوا اشتغلوا مع حكومه وقاعدين يساعدوا وبيجوا باك اند فورث، ده بيجي انسب بتاعه بيجي براه بعدين قدام ناس يا بعرفوا سيتيزن بعرف فلان ده كان قاعد يعمل كده قاعد يعمل كده. ما هنا let's the citizen point a finger on this person كان قاعد يعمل لنا كده كده خليه يمشي براه. and then بقول له منو ده نيكسون مانديلا كان قال لنا الكلام ده صح. قال any leader Bimshino, Bijirja, Bimshina, they being, that's not a leader for to move the country or to rule somebody. That's not a leader. Let's open our eye. Let the citizen do the job. Okay. زي الشغل بتاعك هسه قلت في الجروب ده كويس زي الشغل بتاعك ده you sitting in that chair بكره اهلك ده السيتيزن انا عملوا حرروا بلدهم you're gonna come in if they believe on you why you don't give them everything they need in the country why what is going to hold you after that you got your people behind you you got your country you got the God blessing in your country you don't even need money for Southern Sudan all you need is a brand and people work that's it يا اخوي نمرة 3 بيقولوا شنو انت قلت قبل عيال بتاع الناس الكبار هسه gonna suffer later gonna suffer they did not do anything wrong to us that's their parents.
I think the host, can you give us more time because we are coming here to make the clarifications of why we are condemning this.
Their parents, okay, that the one did that. And then we're not gonna say the whole government. We know there's a 40 of them. ICC want them. Okay. ICC want them. Those with our African Union, okay, got عشان before African Union, is helping them to stay in the power. هسه مش جابوا لنا عيال بتاع خرطوم. جانا نور شالوا منهم صغير هسه درا من فوق هو عرباوي.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. I just give you that few minutes to respond. Thank you. Welcome to Let's Stay Media, Makir. So, Madin, go ahead and respond.
Madid, can you just give me like 1 minute or two because I want to go somewhere? I just want to say some few stuff here.
Let me do some few things, Madid. I want to respond to our brother, my boy.
I will give you minute, Simon. Hang on tight.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me respond to PK. Let me respond to PK. PK, let me say this clearly. Number one, the PCCA is not an organization. It's a coalition. Rajab Mohandis has his organization co-responds. His executive director responds for governance, something. Awalich is working as the managing director for SUT Institutes. Uncle Quildit is an academician. So that's not an organization. It's a coalition. Two, before we even talk about this uprising, what is the objective of uprising? They are not uprising because of the prices of goods in the markets. They are not uprising because of the delay of unifications of forces. They are uprising to topple the government. That's the objective. They are not talking about the bad service in the hospital or the lack of salaries for the civil servants. They are saying we need an overhaul of the government, and you have to go and read that document. I heard that you are a strategic plan consultant. Read that document and get the objective. Their objective is nothing to do with the status of living in the South Sudan. I think that I wanted to make that one clear. Whether these people are going to do peaceful demonstration, that's another question for another time. If you could remember the testimony of our brother, Abraham Awalid. Abraham Awalid testified and he said, and I want to quote him here, that we are being protected by the armed forces. Okay? You put it there. So they have some guys that they have influenced. They call them their armed forces. If you want to go and arrest somebody who is being protected by guards, do you think those people will not shoot? They will shoot. They will protect him. You can go on the wall of Abraham Awalid, you will listen there. You will get it. That's why we are saying that's not the way to go. It cannot help. It cannot help. Uprising, it cannot help. Another question, and I asked it on national TV, it is on record. Why are you hiding? Why is Abraham Awalid hiding? Why is Rajab Mohandis hiding? Who is going to lead the demonstration? The same threat to their life or the fear of an arrest, which they have hid themselves. They want to be safe. They want to be secure. And they want the children of the poor South Sudanese to go on the streets, to go and die. And then they will later emerge. I'm seeing brother Isaac is there. I don't know whether he have left. He's reading the Bible selectively. God is a God of order.
I am here, my brother.
God does not like mercies. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let us study let's do our context analysis properly. The context here in South Sudan, we have tribal nations. There is Nuer nations, there is a Dinka nations, there is Equatorial nations, and they have come together to form a government. That is the reality. That is what is in the context here. That's what you see on our roads. You get 10 people in the bus, you select the community that you want to kill, and you leave others. Are you not hearing that? Are you not seeing it? Did you not see it on Yei Road? Did you not see it on Emily Road? Did you not hear it on Bo Road? Did you not hear? The planes are landing in, if you happen to land in the IO area or in the opposition area.
Okay, Mading network
And
is.
that's what happened to me in 2015. I was removing the plane in the IO control area. Did I make anything wrong? There was nothing wrong. So let's do our context analysis before we put our people to go on the streets and to be harmed. Because, my brother, let me tell the PCCA, if you want to go on the streets against the government, and then the supporters of the government, of the supporters of the peace agreement go on the streets, that will be very chaotic. And that can also happen. So let us support the transitional government to implement the agreement. And I said before that all of us need change. We can bring that change together, but not to cause harm. Otherwise, the Red Card movement, my brothers, we appreciate the support that you have been doing. You have been advocating. Not everything that you have been saying is wrong. You have been saying good things, like advocating for good service to be given to citizens. That's a good thing. But disturbing transitional government, causing differences, again, that's what we are saying, brothers. Can you listen? And let us implement the peace agreement. That's what we have been saying. And there's nothing wrong. We are not against the citizen, the PCCA. The only thing we are saying is that can you talk about other issues, like the delay in the unification of forces? The policemen that are here, they are very few. We see the forces are still in the training, need to be graduated so that they can come and provide conducive protections for everyone. That's number one. Two, we are saying our economy today, and some of you have been saying dollars to South Sudan. The dollar rate has dropped now to 41. Okay? It used to be something. That is an indication that there is some improvement in our economy. These are some of the things that we should be talking, but not to do an overhaul of overthrowing a military government. It is kind of a military, because the armed groups that have come together are still not disarmed. Three, the communities in Lake, the communities in Jonglei, the communities in Upper Nile and Equatoria and in Northern Barghazal, all over the country, most of them have arms, they have guns. After we train our armed forces and we have a national army, that's where now we'll go for disarmament. And that will be the time now we can say, okay, let us go for elections. But now if we disturb the relevant peace that we are enjoying, with the feeling that we can go and get something better, I don't think whether it is possible. Somebody has to train us here or educate us here. Do we have any country in the history in Africa that change was brought through uprising and it is stable up to today? Do we have that country? To the best of my knowledge, it is no. So our message is very simple. Let us encourage our people to continue supporting the transitional government to implement the agreement. And then after the implementation, after the transitional period, people will go for elections. And all of us will be given an opportunity to vote in the people we want. My brother has mentioned that he does not know when he is MP. Yes, we have now a parliament that is 650. It has 650 MPs. You can get even one boomer has two MPs. Because the other one is coming from IO, the other one is coming from SPLM in government, the other one may be coming from SA. They are there. How do we change that? By supporting the transitional government to implement the agreement, and we go for elections and we vote in the people we want. Simple. Otherwise, if we compare our country to other advanced countries, and we say this was done in Libya, this was done in Sudan, it was done in Syria, it was done where? We are different people. We are League of Nations. We are here because we believe still in tribalism. If you are the only one who thinks that you are a national, then we have not reached that stage yet. That's why it is very difficult for me to go to KJK and feel secure, or you go to Bo and you feel secure, or you go to Anyuak in Fochala, or you go to Buman and feel secure as a citizen of this country. Until the times come when all of us can travel all over the country and the citizens and become the real citizen, that I can live in Nimili without fearing being attacked, or the Mahdi can live in Bor and he feels secure, he feels not to be attacked, because, and we are aware of that. So we are telling our brother Walid, who is very conversant with these things. He knows what it is. When people were fighting in Day 1, he was there. In fact, he was the resource person. He has been working on these things for 2 years. And I felt like, okay, let's give ourselves a chance to support the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael Medin. I know your network there is a little bit. Thank you, Michael Medin. That's good. You respond. I give you a time to respond to the people that join you guys. Brother Makir, welcome to Let's Stay Media. Before I give you a chance, Makir, let me give Simon 1 minute so he won't leave. Let me give him 1 minute to say his last word, and then he can go.
Okay, thank you, Brother Madid. I know we're not supposed to be on this show, but we come and interrupt your guests. I want to apologize for that.
That's fine. That's fine. I talked to them. I already talked to them before I bring them. That is it. Okay, they will react with you guys, and they agree. So okay. That's why I said you guys agree. So that's fine.
Okay. So
yeah,
one thing I want to say here, Madid, is this. Ajama, let's be realistic to ourselves. Sometimes we see the fire, but still we want to press people to go through that fire. It's not good. Let's be careful. For example, some of us, we are here in diaspora, and we are calling for demonstration in Juba. You are not even part of that demonstration. What do you think? If you guys really want the people to go on the street of Juba, you guys have to be part of it. Go on the street of Juba, march with those people, then we can know that you really for change. But you're pushing other children of other people to go die while you are here in air condition. You are enjoying your life. And you say that change must come. Change must be hayat anastanin. Put your life first and then go for it. Don't push other children or nas aliyal tomon al tabanin. Ze kelim gibel. Those people, okay, nas al mosulinde yal tomon mafi junub Sudan. They are all outside, okay? Every leaders al guiding for junub, their children are not there. Nothing will happen to their children. Lugulu elela detala garudu fi junub dekulu deru demirubele detala moyo itamabligo yal tanas kubarde. The poor people are the one going to die. So we who are in diaspora, let's be very careful. Kelina ma lizunas fnar. Let's not push other children into the fire. Also, Abraham Awoli kelim kalam de clear. I can quote this. He said 80 to 90% of the army are behind them. Okay, now which army? Army de just al warom de just win. He just said they just okuma wala umon endi just bitomon. Lo de just okuma, okay, nas just okuma tanali 10% al be support okuma de. Do you think that Lobiga Ajad Wosulina Naze Gum de Raf Didokuma, Naze Bisibu Kalamde, making a Sakala Begumna? Do you think 95% Tanasawali Dema Beg der Durubunaze will there not be fight on the street of Juba? And who are going to fight the most? I mean, to suffer the most, the civilian. So Ajama, let's be careful. Kelina Mabes push Ajad Ligo Narafo, there is something really, really wrong, and we're still supporting it. For me, my advice to our people on the street of Juba, I mean in Juba or I Mahal Junub Sudan, please do not go on the street. I respect my brother BK from Australia, that it is good for our people to show their solidarity, to show their whatever the government is doing to show that the government is not delivering the service. But one thing we should know, in South Sudan, we don't have rule of law. If we are in the country that have law, and the police al derebu al beg they protect the civilian, we will not worry about this. Like for example, Al United States, they were trained armies, yani Ganun fi, and the people, even though fi chaotic al Kanasil, lakin it was not the way we can imagine to happen in South Sudan. So for me, I don't approve of that. Let's advise our people to stay home. Let's wait for whatever Nyongoro Salam Tomon Almon Deri Jibde. Let them do it. If they don't do it, Bagi group the opposition Lisa Bara. Why don't we wait for all this Okuma Keli sign Salama group the opposition Albara, Ukelina school Jajua, Lobiga na school Jajua, and then Kalas Lofi election Almon Kelimde. Let's give our people Lofi Ajeri security arrangement. Fina Aizol beg the Roab, Esenbra campaign for Bor, Itabra campaign for Warab, Tabra campaign for Aimal without a problem. And then Nabeg der Kelim Guli yes Belede. So the election can happen fairly. But even now, if the election comes tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, this opposition, they cannot even travel to go to the other areas to go and campaign. Will that call actual election? Ma become election. So let's be careful, Ajama. Let's not push our people into the fire while we are seeing it. But let's advise them to stay until we see something better, and then we can do. Protest the beg the Rasil, lo figanun fidola. Lo bele de endo security lo endo okuma al beg der ainu warata motonin. But right now, moko let kelim de kalam de yom de clear gulu there's no fake bullet in South Sudan. And it's true. Jama dema biram, they will shoot anybody. So I have to inana bogi. Shukran lekum Abramadi. God bless you and God bless all your audience and yes. Shukran lekum.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Thank you, appreciate you. Thank you, brother. I have a good one. Okay, welcome, Brother Makir. I will give you this chance. Thank you for being patient enough. So I will give you so please go ahead.
الصوت واضح معكم. I will add my voice with I will speak Arabic. I think I will add more.
Okay.
اوكي يلا انا الشيء اللي داير اضيفه يعني الكلام كويس. انا اولا قبل ما ابدا يعني بحيي القناه بتاعت ليجاسي ستيت ميديا، وبرضه تحياتي من هنا للاخوه المشاركين في البرنامج. والبرنامج هو برنامج مهم جدا وبيتكلم عن الوضع اللي حيقوم في الايام القادمه المربوطه بالمظاهرات او الابرايزنج في جوبا يوم 30/8. فيعني الموضوع ان الاخوه اللي قاعدين في الاستديو هم اصلا هم بيرفضوا يعني الابرايزنج في الايام القادمه وفقا للظروف اللي عايشه الدوله في جنوب السودان مثلا. انا طبعا من ضمن الناس اللي برفض برضه يعني يكون في مظاهرات في الدوله يعني لاسباب عديده. يعني اليوم نحن ما زي الغرب ولا زي اوروبا، نحن دوله جنوب السودان وفي نفس اللحظه في افريقيا، فبالتالي الوضع بتاعنا بيختلف من الوضع بتاع الغرب، بيختلف من الوضع بتاع اوروبا. ديلك الدول يعني هم وصلوا لمرحله بتاعت وعي وتقدم جدا. هم بالمناسبه هم مروا بنفس الظروف المروا بها الان. يعني هسه امريكا واوروبا هم مروا بنفس الظروف اللي عايشينه الان في جنوب السودان بتاعت عدم الاستقرار والحروبات والحاجات دي، ولكن بعد مرور الزمن هو وصلوا لوعي بانه الحرب ما بتجيب فايده. لذلك البلد بتاعنا هسه الان بقى مستقر وبقى كويس وبقى متقدم كويس. يعني اليوم الاخوه اللي قاعدين في الغرب وفي اوروبا هم متعصبين في العمليه السياسيه، طبعا هم متعصبين دايرين يعني يطلعوا مظاهرات، وبتخيلوا بان الحكومه دي ممكن يشيلوا برا بالمظاهرات يعني بكل بساطه. ولكن العمليه السياسيه ما فيه تعصب. انت داير تعمل سياسه، داير تعمل تشيل الحكومه برا بالمظاهرات السلميه، فبالتالي انت محتاج يعني تسلك القنوات الرسميه اللي ممكن تشيل بها الحكومه برا. القنوات الرسميه ذاته انت ممكن تجي عبر الاحزاب السياسيه، وبعد ذاك انت بتعبي شعبك والشعب تثق فيك، وبعد ذاك ممكن انت يعني يكون في جو ذات ملائم، يعني عشان لما تطلع انت والشعب تلقى الجهات اللي تحميك مثلا اقليميا ولا دوليا، او حتى القوات بتاعت الدوله نفسه. يعني اليوم انت الناس بتتكلم عن الناس تطلع يوم 30/8، وانت ما عارف اصلا القوات اللي في الدوله دي ده نوع من القوات اللي قاعد ده. يعني الليله في قوات بتاعت سلفا كير مياريت، الاي جي، الاس بي ال ام، والاس بي ال بتاعت سلفا كير، وفي جماعه رياض مشار، وفي جماعه بتاع سوما او سوا كويس. والجيش الموحد المفروض يحمي الدوله قاعد في الميدان، المعروف بالجيش بتاع دوله جنوب السودان. الجيش ده في الميدان الان. الزول المسؤول من الجيش كويس وفقا للقوانين بتاعت الدول، يعني انت لما الدوله تصل لانهيار، الزول اللي بيكون مسؤول اول ولا اخر ده طبعا يكون وزير الدفاع على مستوى العالم كله. فبالتالي الان وزير الدفاع ده منه انجلينا تين، زوجة رئيس دكتور ريك مشار. ورئيس الجمهوريه منه ده سلفا كير مياريد، والنائب الاول منه ده ريك مشار، والجماعه كلهم ديل جماعه جو بسلاح. فبالتالي انت الليل لما تطلع تظاهر عشان تشيل النظام برا، اللي بيقف معاك منه يعني ده تسلم السلطه من تشيل من ريك مشار، من سلفا كير وريك مشار تدي انجلينا تين، انت بتكون ما عملت حاجه، انت بتكون تعبت نفسك ساي. انت محتاج الان كشعب، محتاج توعى، محتاج تعرف مثلا انت الليله الزول اللي بيقول للشعب اطلع الشارع، انت المفروض تعرف ذات الشارع ده فيه شنو، والشارع ده حل بينجح الحاجه انت ماشي تسوي ده حل ناجح، ونسبه النجاح بتاعها كم. انت كزول مثلا سياسي وداير انت داير تشيل النظام برا، انت المفروض تقرا الميدان. يعني اليوم الدوله ما مستغره نفسه عشان الناس يجوك من وراب اللي يجوب عشان يجي يعني يطلعوا معاك مظاهرات، وراب فيهم مشاكل قبليه كويس، ما بزول بيقدر يجيك. هم انه الهم براهم جوا هناك في وراب مثلا كويس اتجاه بحر الغزال. هنا في على النيل في مشاكل بتاعت كدوان كويس بين القوات رياض مشار ونفسه جوا. في اتجاه السوايع في مشاكل في الحدود، بيضربوا الناس كل يوم بما فيهم النسوان الماتوا بتاع الكنيسه ديل. فبالتالي الوضع ما بساعدك انت كزول مثلا بتاع السياسه كويس. انت لو كنت واعي جد الزول اللي بينادي بين الناس تخرج، لو كان واعي كان بيخلي الموضوع ده اول حاجه بعد ما الدوله يصل لوعي، بعد ما انت تتاكد بانه فعلا في قوات موحد ممكن تحميك لما تطلع بعدين. وقوات الامن بتاعت سلفا كير وبتاع ريق مشهر لما يكون ده حجم الشعب، بيلقى الجيش الموحد بيجيف مع الشعب، وبعد ذاك الجيش بيمسك القوه بيمسك السلطه. طبعا زي ما حصل الليله في الخرطوم بتاع النظام سقط بتاع البشير، او حتى خليك من البشير النظام بتاع المهدي الزمان كويس، او بتاع خليك ولا ارجع نظام عبود. ساعه نظامه سقط كان في قائد بتاع الجيش مسك السلطه. ساعه سقط نظام بتاع النميري، جه سوار الذهب مسك السلطه في 85. ساعه سوار الذهب ده كان وزير الدفاع طبعا بتاع السودان في الوقت ده. ساعه جاء نظام البشير سقط، جاء ابن عوف مسك السلطه، وبعد ذاك برهان. ديل شنو ديل قاده الجيش، ديل كانوا ناس كان اقل حاجه فين كان وزير دفاع. فبالتالي الان انت وزير بتاع الدفاع، انت بتسلم السلطه دي تزول من الناس اللي قاعدين ديل، يبقى انت بتشيل السلطه من نفس من سلفكير اللي رياض مشار مثلا كان جلين تاني هي وزير الدفاع بتاع جنوب السودان. انت ما عملت شيء، انت شلت السلطه من ديكتاتوري لديكتاتوري ثاني. انت اصلا لو كنت بتخاف لو دار تحل مشكله كويس. لذلك انت كده اصبر، تدي قوات جيش واحد موحد يمثل الدوله كله، وبعد ذاك يكون في احزاب سياسيه ينشروا الوعي في الدوله كويس، ويحسسوا المواطن بالاهميه بتاعت الحقوق المدنيه والحقوق السياسيه. بعد ذاك انت ممكن يطلع عليك الزول كويس، ويلقى بعد ما انت يطلع الشارع ويظاهر، بعد ذاك بيكون حتى دستور بتاع الدوله الان هو دستور انتقالي. يعني الدستور الانتقالي ده ما فيه كل شيء بتاع المواطن، نحن محتاجين الدستور دائم. الدستور الدائم ده بنحط فيه حاجاتنا كله، مما فيه نظام الحكم وطريقه الانتخابات هيكون كيف، والسلطات هنقسمها كيف مثلا بين المجلسين التشريع والتنفيذي مثلا كويس، ويعني الانتخابات هيتم بهذه الطريقه. يلا وقت ده ممكن نتكلم عن هاي، بيقول عليه مثلا يعني مظاهرات وازاله نظام مثلا في الدوله. الان في الناس اللي قاعدين دي، الحكومه القاعده دي، ده الفرصه الوحيده بالنسبه للزول اللي بيفهم في السياسه، ده الطريقه الوحيده اللي ممكن احنا نخرج به يعني من المشاكل بتاعت الدوله. الان الحكومه ده بشكلوها، حتى الاعضاء من المجلس القومي المتمثل في 550 عضو مجلس، هم يا دابو ما نقدر يشغلون حتى. فبالتالي نحن عندنا امل يمكن من الشباب اللي قاعدين ديل نلقى يعني بعد شويه التنميه والاستقرار والنسيج الاجتماعي ممكن تجينا بعد زمن، لانه السلام لما يكون فيه كل شيء بيتحقق. ولكن لما تفقد السلام فبالتالي انت بتلقى حاجه غير الموت. يعني الليله جنوب السودان شايفينه ده، لو قال حسن الناس يطلعوا برا يعملوا يعني ماشيين يعملوا مظاهرات، بيمشوا يقعدوا وين هناك مثلا في ميدان فاضي كده في جوبا ده، لو قلت داير تعمل اعتصام في الشارع، داير تقعد في الشارع كده زي اللي بيحصل في العالم ده كله، ده بيبسل ما بخليك تنوم في الشارع بالمناسبه، خليك من نور ما في شنو ما في، انه كان من قاعد في اي لفه، وبالتالي انت بتغامر بالناس، ما بتخلي يعني انت كده بتبقى زول، انت عدو بتاع الدوله، يعني انت ما زول ما واعي كويس، لانه الوضع ما يعني ما مستقر كويس. خليك من الانترنت البنت بتاع كسبه وحاجاتك. الشيء الثاني وين دعمك الاقليمي؟ الاقليم اللي بدعمك انت كزول ما يعني الليله الناس اللي قاعدين ديل الPCCA تقريبا هم الدعم بتاع الناس منو اقليميا، الدعم بتاع يعني الدولين دي الناس منو كويس، هم زار الناس منو، هل هم معروفين لدى المجتمع الدولي او المجتمع الاقليمي؟ ما بيقدر بيعرفون. فبالتالي العالم ده ما فوضى، العالم ده انت عشان تطلع تعمل مظاهرات لازم تلقى جماعات بيدعموك. يعني زمان في الخرطوم ساعه حصل المظاهرات دي، زول بيجيب لك سندوتش في الميدان، بيجيبوا لك رصيد، بيجيبوا لك يعني اكل مويه صافي بارد، بيجيبوا لك خيم، بيجيبوا لك سماعات بتاعت موسيقى. في جنوب السودان بيجيب لك الحاجات دي المنافسه حاليا. انت لما مشيت طلعت ال10 انفار بيطلعوا ديل بيلموا فيه الناس الجماعه بيكونوا هم زول بيقدر يساعدهم. ما في الشيء الثاني، الناس القايمين ديل زي ما قالوا الناس القايمين بالعمليه بتاعت المظاهرات دي الجماعه كانوا في الحكومه يعني كويس، كانوا هم قريبات ده، كانوا مع الحكومه وكانوا مستمتعين بخيرة الحكومه. فبالتالي انت تثق فين كيف كشعب مثلا بانه الناس دي فعلا ممكن يحققوا لك مكاسب كويس. يعني ما ممكن انت تقوم بمظاهرات في جو بتاع جنوب السودان الان، جو ما مناسب، جو ما ملائم، والشعب ذاته اللي بيقوم بيطلع مع الناس دي بيكون هو شعب ذاته وهو ما عارف نفسه ماشي وين كويس، لانه انت الطريق كله مسدود. حتى النسيج الاجتماعي ما كويس في الدوله، الناس ما واحد، اي زول بيشوف نفسه داخل قبيلته، ما بنشوف نفسنا في الدوله. فبالتالي هنا بيكون نسبه الفشل يعني بتكون 90%. حتى يعني البرنامج بتاع الثورات وفقا للمتعارف عليه عالميا، انت من تكون كشعب داير تطلع ضد النظام بتكون عارف النظام ده يعني عشان انت تسقطه نسبه سقوطه كم في المية. اذا لقيت 80% فكويس، لكن اذا لقيته 50% فبالتالي انت ربما تصل لمرحله اسوء من ما اللي انت فيه كويس، انت بتكون ما عملت شيء. في النهايه شيء المفروض يحصل، الناس تصبر الحكومه بتاع الوحده الوطنيه، الناس تصبر والطالب، حتى المطالب بيكون مطالبه بتاع اصلاح سياسي، مش مطالب بازاله نظام. يعني انت الليله كزول جسم جديد جاي تشارك مثلا داير تخش الدوله وداير انت تسهر، انت ما بتسهر بانك داير تعمل مشاكل وداير تطلع الناس برا وتطلع النظام برا. حتى الجماعه اللي قاعدين ديل في المكونين للمظاهرات وهم محتاجين يعرفوا نفسهم بالشعب، الشعب يعرفهم دي الناس منو وبرنامجهم شنو، وبعد 3 4 5 6 7 سنه انت بعد ممكن تدعو للخروج ضد النظام. لكن انت ما بتقدر بعرفك، حتى زول انا اللي ما ممكن اطلع في يعني بقصاد ناس انا ما بعرفهم الا تكون انا زول ما واعي طبعا. فاي حال انا الكلام ما عجبني يا اخواننا، انا ما اقدر اطيل في الحديث، ولكن يعني انا ادعو كل الاخوه الجنوبيين الزول اللي بيفهم ايوه يعني سلفا كير ريق مشار الجماعه اللي قاعدين ديل هم قدموا الخدمات للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، ولكن الحل ما ازاله النظام في الدوله، الحل ما انك تصبر وتطالب بحاجاتك حبه 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 لحد ما تصلوا. الشيء دايرين انه ما سلطه، نحن دايرين امن، دايرين صحه، دايرين تعليم كويس، دايرين بلدنا تكون كويس، ده الشيء دايرين انه الشعب ما دايرين سلطه. فبالتالي الحاجات زي دي انت ما بتصدق بها نظام، انت بتطالب بهم. والان الدوله ماشيه كويسه، يعني الان من ما وقعوا على الاتفاقيه من 2019 لحد يوم الليله الدوله ماشيه في استقرار، الدوله ماشيه حتى من الناحيه الاقتصاديه الدوله ماشيه تبقى كويسه، الناس ماشيين يرجعوا البلد كل يوم نشوف يعني مئات من الشباب والنسوان والرجال الكبار مثلا راجعين البلد. فبالتالي ده اكد لك بانه فعلا في تحسن في الوضع في البلد. فده المفروض الناس تحفظ النظام اللي قاعد في السلطه بدل هم بيعملوا لنا انجكت مثلا. المفروض نقول يا اخوانا سلفا كير انت ماشي كويس. لا انت عملت شوارع مثلا بتاع جوبا مثلا بور رود مثلا، انت شغال في جوبا يعني رومبيك رود. فبالتالي دي الحاجات دي انت بتساعد الحكومه بجاي بتحفزه بانك انت ماشي كويس، سوي لنا كده انت ماشي كويس، سوي كده، فبالتالي بعد ذاك بيبقى الامور كويس. ولكن لما تستعجل بانك ده تطلعه برا، فبالتالي الحكومه بعد ممكن يفكر بعد ده، يعني يحاول يعمل نفسه، يحاول يسوي كده، يحاول يسوي كده، وبعدين بيشيل الفكره بتاعته من التنميه لحاجات ثانيه. وانت طبعا انت بتكون المواطن هو الخسران في الاول والاخير. انا معلش اطلع عليكم واديكم الفرصه برضه، يعني كان في زول
Thank you.
عنده كلام مختلف
شكرا
معي. نعم.
شكرا Ustad Makir. Your word is well taken. Thank you so much. My guest, Michael Madin and Jema Mabur, they are in Juba. They are here to
Yes.
respond to PCCA and the other groups that too are calling for uprising. My guests from Juba, their time is running out, and also too the network that is playing tricky on them. So now I will give this chance to Moses Makir. Moses Makir, for those of you who know Moses Makir is one of the member of the United Citizens for Change. This is one of the, I want Jema and Meding know that the Moses Makir is one of the members of United Citizens for Change, and the group is one of the group that called Uprising. So Moses, welcome. And also to give you a clear message, information about the group. This Jema Mabor and Michael Meding are the members of the Citizen for National Solidarity, and they are calling, they are disagree with you guys of your call that for uprising. So I just want to let you know that, so that you have that mind. And Meding and Jema, you guys know too. Because when people speak, I want to let you guys know what their background. So thank you, Moses McKay. Welcome to the Israel Media. The floor is yours.
Well, Osas Medit, I greet you and I greet all the panelists without mentioning all their name, because I would like to save time and give them more time. With due respect to those who are supporting the government, we are all South Sudanese. They have the right to support any political party in the country. However, we, the Grand Coalition, that includes the United Citizens for Change, we are calling for popular uprising because it is a constitutional right. It is not calling for violence. And we want to shift the attitude and change the mentality of changing things through rebellion, through violence in the country. We've been seeing rebellions that are not bringing permanent peace or not changing the livelihood of the people. And the recent peace now is dead, and it was achieved because of a rebellion. So we, the people, should try a new approach of changing political affairs and social affairs in the country. We don't need rebellions. We don't need violence through gun to take power and to change political course in the country. All that people need is to protest, to say their voice, their political, they say what they think is wrong with their government, and they want the power back. People own the power, not the individuals of the SPLM government. The power belongs to the people, and the people has the right, they have the right to go on the street and protest peacefully. It is not a crime to protest, but it is a crime to rebel and take the guns. And people should not scare people here not to come out. It is the government that will provoke people to to do something wrong. But if the government allowed the people to protest peacefully, we think that should be a great thing from the government side. We don't want Salva Kiir to be killed. We don't want Riek to be killed. We are not calling for violence. We are calling for the right of the people to say enough is enough. President Kiir has been there for 16 years. He has not done enough for the people. He has the oil money. He has the taxation, non-oil revenues, and he has misused them. And there's nothing that he can do. President Kiir and Dr. Riek has reached a point of diminished return politically. They cannot offer anything new for the country. For that reason, the people has a right to express their disappointment and dissatisfaction about their government. It is the right thing to do, a civil thing to do in the 21st century. Violence is not a solution, but talking is the right approach. For others who are saying that our people are illiterate, they don't know their rights, it is wrong. South Sudanese, they know their rights in 1955 to 72, since Anyanya 1. South Sudanese know their rights. Some of us were not there when South Sudanese start to demand their political rights and economic rights from North Sudan. So you cannot tell me in 21st century that South Sudanese have become more stupid and they don't know their political rights. So illiteracy is not an excuse. These people need schools. Nobody doesn't know that the school is useful for their kids. Nobody doesn't know that you need a clean water. Nobody doesn't need the road. All people in South Sudan now, they understand the value of education more than ever before. They understand the value of health services and the importance of roads and telecommunication. Right now, they have been deprived by the government of the revitalized government, and before that, and we cannot wait until the coming of Jesus Christ to take Kir or to take Riek Machar. People need to speak up in a peaceful manner without violence, and the government will listen. We need President Kir to resign. We need Riek Machar to resign in a peaceful manner. And the SPLM will still exist as a political party and to compete with any other political parties in the future. One man is not the country. We have respect for the leaders of the SPLM, but their time is over. The power need to be given back to the people. If you are saying that people will go to street and they will die, people are already dying, my friend. People are already dying of sicknesses, diseases that can be treated, but they don't have medicine. They are already dying in the Numili Road. So what kind of death are you talking about? They are already dying of hunger under President Kiir for the last 16 years. So I don't really get what you're telling me. If people are being looked after by UNIMIS in Juba, the capital city, the UN is feeding our citizens in Juba, and even the national parliament, the Chinese, last time when I was in Juba, they brought rice from China, and it was distributed to the national members of parliament. It was an insult. And I've been in Juba, Makir. I don't think that we are disconnected from Juba. All we want is peaceful way of changing things in South Sudan. Enough is enough for rebellion. Enough is enough for Salva Kiir and SPLM public looters. Thank you. We respect your concern that you don't want people to protest, but we want people to go on the street and protest.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Moses. Moses, I have a few questions the guest asking you. Let me ask you this question. The first question I would like you to ask to respond on behalf of your groups, or after you doing the uprising, and then this is the big if. What if your call is successfully, who will take over the government? That's the first question you will answer. And another question is coming from Pelamoon, I put on the screen. And the other question is coming from Nuri Nuri. So those three questions, go ahead and answer them.
Ustaz Madid, I have not been delegated right now to talk on behalf of the whole group, but I will answer it within my capacity. The Grand Coalition has 4 core members, and that is PCCA, that is represented by Abraham Awolij and Rajab Mohandis, and the United Citizen is represented by Wal Deng, Wal Tak, and the Red Army, the Red Card Movement as their representative, and the NP, the National People Movement, is represented by Dr. Matur. All things that we want the people to do and to understand is been put in writing, and so everybody can read. But let me go back to your question. First of all, in any popular uprising, there are stages. The first stage is the president to respect the will of the people. People are calling for the power to be given back to them. If the president resigns and peacefully, there should be a dialogue. Right now, there is a dialogue. The bishops are calling for dialogues between the Grand Coalition and the government. The way forward, the discussion will be after the 30th of August. Any negotiation right now with the government is a no, and it is a red line. The negotiation should be how president can leave South Sudan peacefully, and how he can exit without violence, and the SPLM will still exist, and the army and the people will have their transitional body that will organize for the interim period, could be 6 months, for the constitution and the census and other political arrangement. I'm not going to go into details. The first mission of the 30th of August is President Kiir to resign and Dr. Riek Machar, full stop. There's nothing more, nothing less that they are calling for. If President Kiir listens to the people, that will give a great incentive to the negotiation post President Kiir. If he's insisting, as he said in the on Wednesday, that he's not going to live until he die in power, like Dr. John Garang Mabor, the uprising will not end on the 30th of August. It will continue. Every month, people will rise and demand President Kiir to resign until one day he will step down. We all know that President Kiir is not going to stay in power forever. He is going to go, but people cannot wait more than 16 years because they had enough. They are suffering, and nobody is going to wait for another 10 years or 5 years to be wasted under the leadership of the SPLM. That's the first part. The second part is that I'm not, don't take what I'm saying as a final statement, but people has a right to ask the president to listen to them and to resign. That's not a crime. That's not a crime, and that is not too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ustad Moses. I know the group is here. My special guest for this show is Moses Mading and Jema Amagor. They are special guests that who have this show. and they are here to respond to you guys, Moses, with a group. They are here to respond. So I will give this chance. A word welcome to Lagos State Media, and Gabriel, welcome to Lagos State Media. You guys haven't typed there. So I want to give the floor back to Michael Meding and Gemma to respond to Moses Makero. So who want to come first, Meding and Gemma?
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Gemma.
Abraham. I'm complaining to Michael because he's asking too many questions to the viewers, and this show is supposed to be about us, sharing our opinion with the viewers so that they can be able to at least ask one or two questions as far as the clarification is concerned. Now, back to the topic. There are very pertinent questions that have been asked by a number of people with regard to what exactly do this group want. And if you can see, people like Moses, people like Isaac, people like Abraham, Rajab, all of them are not within the country. And that is an indication of what we call the psychological warfare, because they are trying to create a psychological panic and try to create a psychological war that some of the people can start having panic in them. But the reality is, they know, as we know, that sometimes this is very impossible. For example, if they have studied so well as they are, and they have monitored the uprising, say, for example, the Middle East and the Arab world, from Tunisia to Libya to Sudan to Egypt. What has happened? Yes, the leaders have gone, but what are the consequences up until today? There are still so many problems that these countries are facing. And then you cannot say you are going for a peaceful protest and then you talk about regime change. You know, these are two different things. I'm a lawyer and I underline every meaning of the word. Because if you are talking about peaceful protest, any authority that you are protesting against to act upon it and then change the situation as it is. But then if you are talking about regime change, because they are very straightforward with saying Kir Ariak must go. And what they don't know is not just about Kir Ariak. You know, these are just the name. These are just individuals. But you need to consider the group behind them. Who are this group behind them? There is the whole IO. There is the whole SPLMIG. I can see Gabriel Cholquad is here. He is one of the SPLM dyad. And all these people have their following. Make a very small arithmetic, for example. Some of our colleagues who are just appointed, some of them, this is their first job, by the way, Abraham. This is something you need to understand. The MPs, the 650 MPs that we have today, you know, they are just appointed into parliament and they have just had the name honorable. These MPs, if you made a simple arithmetic of the South Sudan population, which is 12 million, each MP is representing approximately 18,440 something people. Now, these are their followers. Now you want to say the whole system, Artugono, is going. And then you touch on the street on the 30th of August, then Kir and Yaga and the team, so the rest of the people will now, Joel Kwad will go, and then you come in and say, now we have taken the country. Do you think that is going to be easy? Another thing is, if you are a nationalist enough, you stop fueling crisis. The diaspora played a very good role when we were fighting the liberation struggle. The liberation war, most of you who went to Australia, most of you who are in America, most of us who went to East Africa, we were able to make a case for Southern Sudanese. And that's why the region and the international community came on to support our call for the uprising. Another thing that people need to understand is that, you know, South Sudan, as repeatedly said by so many people, is a different country in a different context. For example, I heard one of the Red Card Movement members saying that if Kir or Riak or the police start shooting somebody, then the international community will come and take them away by force. Look at Afghanistan. America has been there for the last 20 years. And the moment Biden start withdrawing, just in 1 month, everything is start falling apart. Is that the South Sudan we want? Yeah, the international community may start taking out the country, the leadership of the country. But what will happen at the end of the day? Because it is not just like taking it for free. The people that you are taking out will have to resist it. And that is the struggle we don't want to happen between us and our citizens. Because what we know is that at the end of the day, these people will go, whether they like it or not. And the only way they can go is through the peace agreement that we have. And I heard Moses telling us that we are government supporters. We are not government supporters. Go through our history. We are supporters of peace and stability in the country. We care about you. We care about every single citizen. Because, to be honest, Moses and the rest of the viewers in this platform, some of us were here, Maberabiel knows, and even Isaac Paul knows. When we were fighting the liberation struggle, some of us were in the village schools, and we understand how ordinary people fight. Even John Garang, by that time, by the way, used to come from Nairobi, and he would go all the way to do the mobilization and bring the resources together for people to fight. He was safe. Some of their children, even Salva Kiir, Maberabiel knows, he was in Sosi. He would come to the field and go to Sosi to relax. But the ordinary people would continue to have a problem. In 2013, I was here. I saw how people suffered. In 2016, I was here. I saw how people suffered. And in fact, now, if anything happened again in this country, the situation is more fragile than it was in 2013, than it was in 2016. But now what we need to do is to make sure that we don't give these leaders another opportunity again to cheat us that we are coming back to negotiating table. And it is unfortunate that I'm hearing Moses talking about the negotiation being launched already between them and the government. And this is what everybody, Abraham, is looking for in South Sudan. You always look for a recognition such that people will go on the table and then you now negotiate yourself into something. And this is so unfortunate. And that is why I feel very crazy and very mad most of the time, because some of us have never even dreamt of working for the government and working with the government, because we know at the end of the day, what we are going through is just transition, and people that are not so patriotic to see where this country should be in the next 20 or 30 years. So let us forget about this thing of trying to create propaganda, because an objective revolution should be a revolution that is not based on propagandas. But if you see the thing that these coalition are doing, they are using a lot of propagandas, not even knowing that even if they are to take this country on the 30th or in the next 1 year through the revolution, this is the country that they are going to govern. So you should not sell your image very negatively to the world. For example, I saw them posting a letter from Kenyan that were saying they will not come to South Sudan again about what has happened on the Numili Road. And these are some of the things that are going to affect their people. So you are trying to uprise to change the situation, but you are not trying to affect the image of the country that you want to change. So where are we? We need to really to reason and become very patriotic in the sense that we are there to take this country to the next level, not to use very private things that we can sugarcoat with the public issues, and then we try to portray our nationalism or patriotism. So this is what I wanted to put across. But then, like today in the morning, I was listening to one of the Kenyan head of drivers, or they call them drivers association in the East Africa. He was talking about, we have talked with the authorities of the, we have talked about with the Sudanese authorities. They call us Sudanese. They don't even know us. And you know, we are quick to bring out some of the things that are negating our country instead of trying to even defend our country from the foreigners. So what I'm trying to say in brief is that let us, in whatever approach we take, we need to be very sensitive to our patriotic call. We need to be nationalists in the sense that whatever you do, if you are very bold enough, make sure that you are on the ground. For example, if I decide today, I have been writing against the things that are going on in the government for quite too long, but I have never gone out of South Sudan. I could go for a visit outside South Sudan to UK, to South Africa, to where, but I would always come back and write from here, so that whenever I'm signing up, I sign that I'm writing in Juba, because I know Even if I'm invited from the national security, even if I'm invited by the police, or even if I'm confronted by anybody, I will tell them this is what we need to do. And that's why some of us have been trying to maneuver and navigate some of these things in this country. But if we go and sit somewhere and then we tell somebody go on the street, for example, I read the guideline that were put out yesterday by the PCCA. They are talking about the safe places. Just a few things that I want to pick. They are saying that the safe places when we start the demonstration on the 30th is the church, and then other worship places, and then the military barrack. And you see, when you talk about those things, that means you have disorganized the life of everybody. And you know the lifestyle of South Sudan. So where do you expect people to be going to? But all that said, I know this is a psychological warfare, because if you talk about the military, 95% of the people being with the PCCA, then of the military, then you begin to wonder now, what is it creating? It's just to create a problem within the security sector such that the government now can start pushing itself and saying, are you with these people? Are you with those people? And are you with those people? That is part of the propaganda. But all the same, our message is very clear. Let us not call ourselves to more disaster than we could handle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my guests who joined us panels in the panel. Come on, welcome to Let's Say Media. And yeah, already welcome Gabriel and what. Before I give you guys a chance, let me go back to, because I have my special guest for this evening is Meding, and this morning is Meding and Jima. So Meding, is your turn.
Thank you, Madid, for giving me a chance. Hello, everyone. I greeted you once again.
So Meding and Jima, you are in Tria with South Sudanese. Some of people are supporting you guys, your call, and some are supporting other group. So it's good. So a different mix. So it's good. Go ahead.
Yes, and this is what we have been looking for, Madid. We wanted the team of Abraham Awali to convince us that going to the streets will give the government back to the citizen. Is that really true? My brother Moses have already said, because I was asking the questions when Molana Jima was saying don't ask a lot of questions. I said, okay, if Riek Machar and Gerald Saba resign today, who take over the government? The answer is that the military and the civilian. So which model are copying here? It is the Sudan model, yeah, or the Egypt model, that the president resign and the military take over, and the civilians are integrated in the military. That really bring change? Did it bring that change did it bring that change to Sudan? Look at Sudan today. Which Sudan is better, the Sudan of today, where the military and the civilian are leading, or the Sudan of Umar al-Bashir? Which one is better? Sometimes we must appreciate that the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. The mistake that the South Sudanese are doing is to compare our country to countries that have enjoyed democracy for almost 100 to 200 years. My brothers in diaspora, we really appreciate the support that you have done to this country. But we also want you sometimes to listen to us. When we are saying the environment here, is tribalized. We don't see people according to their duties. We don't see a police as police. We see a police as a Nuer or a Dinga or a Equatoria or a Murle. We don't see them as citizens. These are groups of armed forces. Some are not even trained, my friend. They are not like yours, who are trained in Georgia or in other well-training centers, and they have been given constitutional law. They have read the law. They know the right of citizens. So what we are saying, it is a lie. The government will never come back to citizens. The government will go to the military. Two, those of Moses and Abraham Walid and their colleagues, they are already negotiating to come back to government before they ever do a demonstration. They are already negotiating. Yeah, they are already
We are,
negotiating, and we have this information.
we are not
That's what we are
negotiating.
saying. That's what we are saying. We are saying the motive is not clear. We know our brother, the well-learned Abraham Wallet, was lobbying to be given Undersecretary for Finance, which he did not get. We know our Uncle Quill was looking to be the governor of Northern Barghazal, which he did not get. Now, what is the options? Just go hide yourself in your safe zone, create confusion, and negotiate yourself back into government. Be given B8, be given some oil money, and now you drive around. Those of us who are speaking here, we have never been in government. We are civil servants. We are civil society leaders. We have been working on the streets, and we don't want our life to be disturbed. We know very well that the problem with South Sudanese people is J1. Everybody wants to be J1. When Abraham Awali was in J1 in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2020, did he demonstrate? So we are telling our leaders, and we really appreciate the leaders of the other civil society. We are telling you, it is not possible. You are not fighting for citizen rights. You are fighting for your interests. If I call you today and I give you a job as the director for NilePet, you will not be here tomorrow. We know all of you. Okay? We know the motive of the South Sudanese people. When those of Agasoro went to the bush, wherever they went to, and they are given position as ministers, are you hearing them talking now? Are you hearing the sound? Are you hearing the IO talking? Remove them tomorrow and you will see them in the bush. So we are telling you, listen to us. We are here on ground. I'm receiving my fish now in Bor every day at 8. The Buko has already arrived in Chirkat. I buy my fish with 1,000 pounds. It was not possible in 2015. Now the road is there. It is 2 hours only to bring fish from Bor. And the business is booming. The security has improved. The dollar is down. Yeah? The implementation of the agreement is ongoing. I don't support the government. Go and read my documents. I don't support. I call upon the government to release Uncle Quildit, take him to court, and we try there. I have done that with my team. We have already called upon the government to speed up the unification of posts. Yeah, to unify the posts and graduate them, to provide security on Juba Road, Juba Bo Road, to provide security on Nimili roads. We have said that we are not part of the government. So if it is true, and they want to convince us here, we want the debate. If they say tomorrow the power, the presidency will be handed over to Abraham Awali, and there is that guarantee, it will not go to military. My friend, what is the difference between the military now and the military that you are going to hand over the government? What is the difference? Don't allow yourself to be deceived. We are calling upon the citizen. I'm finishing. We are calling upon the citizen of South Sudan. Don't go on the streets on day 30. Continue cultivating your nete. Continue looking after your cows. Continue doing your fishing. Continue enjoying the little fish you have. The little fish you have is better than the big fish that you don't have.
Thank you, Mading. Moses, I will give you 1 minute interject.
Yep. Thank you, Ustaz Medit. My brother Mading has talked. We are not job seekers. We are not seeking for position. Abraham Awali is not going to be the president of South Sudan. None of all the coalition is seeking to be the president of South Sudan. and we are not also jobless. All of us, we are working and we have skills. We can work anywhere in the world. So it is not about us. It is about the people, the deprived and the suffering South Sudanese people, including your own people from Jongule. Yes, you have good health. You are lucky. God has blessed you, or you have been part of the beneficiary. But there are people from Jongule that I know that are in Minkaman, in Aliap, that are IDPs. They need help. They are complaining. They are the people that we are talking for their rights. The IDPs, not people who are well off. We are happy for you to be well off. It is your right. It is your country. But if you have got your right, please, you should also have mercy on the suffering people in South Sudan. There is nothing wrong for you to be well off, but you cannot have mercy on public looters who have looted millions of oil money. And you don't want to have mercy on the widows and on the orphans, on the SPLA soldiers that are begging on the street of Juba. I have been in Juba for 3 years, my brother, and I've worked in the National Ministry of Finance. I know what is going on in Juba. And if I did not love South Sudan, I would have not gone back and contribute in the ministry and in the country. Yes, Abraham Owolech will talk for himself. I'm not going to defend him. I'm not going to defend any individuals. It is not about us as individuals to defend ourselves. We are here to defend the deprived and suffering citizen of South Sudan. They have rights like President Kiir and Dr. Riek Machar to live a decent life, to have food on the table, for their kids to go to school, and to be respected like any other citizen around the world. The other point that I need to say, you also say that we are in diaspora. When SPLA and SPLM established SPLM in 1983, it was not established in South Sudan. Ethiopia is also diaspora. And this is the problem with some people who support the government. They don't even know that Ethiopia and Kenya are diaspora. So Bongo is not Juba. So you really need to understand, if it was right for our leaders to go and call for the right of the people of South Sudan in Ethiopia, it is okay for any South Sudanese in US, in Canada, in Australia, in Uganda, in Kenya, to call for the right of the suffering people of South Sudan. The location is not the problem. The right is the right. So you don't need to confuse the citizen. Let the citizen go on the street in a peaceful manner, and let them ask for their rights. And it is the government. If President Kiir loves the country, he will respond to the voice of the people. But if he is a dictator, as he has proven to be a dictator, he will send his unknown gun people to kill people. And we believe that President Kiir is a citizen like anyone that is calling for their rights. There is nothing that is so unique about President Kiir that people should have mercy on him more than the suffering people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ustaz Moses. Now I will turn back the floor to, I know Jema and Medin is, I know you guys end tight. I will give this chance to people that have not spoke. Comrade Agwat and Kamal. I will give this chance to Agwat. Go ahead and Kamal, you are next.
Well,
Mr. Host, I was having a question because I will actually go, if you don't mind, because Seeing
Go
that,
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
yes, I was, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will give you 30 seconds to put in your question.
Yeah. Yes, I think what I want to say, as I mentioned earlier, because a lot had been said, and those who have just arrived, my name is BK Maborabel Madit, and it's now 1:32 a.m. now, this our time. But I think Brother Moses have articulated his positions, and that's what I was asking you, Mr. Host, earlier, that it makes arguments so very good. And but what I want to actually put across before I ask a question is what Moses have actually touched about. All of us are the children of the SPLM. We grew up there. We are part of that. And actually, those in diaspora making noise are actually, most of them did not go to IO. And actually, they were supporting of the government. Jima knows that we were in Nairobi, and I think that time he was still, I think, a junior, maybe in high school. And Sudan Peace Act, including the people like Nyande Malek today, Awutu Denga Chwil, Nagachwil Malek, the late Dr. Nyodekog, and so many more, were doing this in Nairobi, coordinating with those in Namibia, in South Africa, and Washington, D.C. And we know what America had put in for the peace to be in Machakos. And when it was moved from Machakos, we have got what we call Sudanese Forum. I think Jim know it, and that's why it was taken to Naivasha. We demonstrated because people were sleeping in Naivasha, in Machakos, doing nothing. Kir was not a part of the peace talk. But when we, the youth in Nairobi, did that, so Kir became a part of the negotiation team that were in Naivasha. And the reason we're doing that is because he was the general chief of staff of the SPLA forces. So peace cannot be negotiated, without the head of the military. It didn't mean that, so we were, and that's where, if you have had something to do with the EA faction, okay, it comes out of that. And that's when the citizens were later on taken to be flown to be part of that. And this is starting in Eritrea. So I just want you to remind you about that, though not say those in diaspora is not. And in addition to that, diaspora has been contributing a lot to what is happening in South Sudan. For instance, in 2016, when I was working in Jonglei, I was in Twitch East, okay, doing security assessment for the IDPs. And I've been went up to do, and in those places, you see. I also went to WOW. I went to Kejekeji before I come here, but I didn't interact anything there because I was a Dinka man that I have to be killed and all that thing. And that time, there was a insurgency in Western Equatoria. I went there, you see, because we were there independently trying to prove to them that those who are bringing a change is not a change because of, it should be a change of South Sudanese as a people, you see. So I'm really confused now with your organization, because you are what would be an alternative to the citizen of South Sudan, because as I said earlier, this is what will help the government, because the government who can hear its people, it will have a very good argument, okay? So if you think the citizen cannot demonstrate, because I don't think it's going to happen like what is in Khartoum, as Jima have said, it's going to happen like what is in India. Because the question I want our country to be in is to be like Rwanda. Because Rwanda, with the revolutionary movement, that actually changed the regime there, and we could see now our president is flying with Rwandan airline everywhere that he goes. How does he feel when he flies in a country that does not have an oil revenue, does not have gold, does not even have enough timber? What they do is just farming. Okay. So how does he feel as a revolutionary man to be flying into that? So we need our citizens to be asking those questions, to be very proud. That's one thing. We have got now Kadivor National Park is being run by Museveni. Okay. How do we feel as citizens about that? So with your organization, what will be an alternative for the citizen to ask this question. We have got now, Uganda has taken a check. I think it's just yet to normally. I don't know if you know that, because I was a fighter in Eastern Equatoria. Kenyans have actually encroached. They have taken Nadapal. We used to have key base, which is on the other side, you know. They have taken Marangapi, we were having the Jejamar battalion, we were there commanded by Majang Agodi, they have taken it. We do not even have a border with the northern Sudan. So what will be an alternative that the citizen could ask this, you know, at movement, because the government have to be asked questions. And if they will not listen,
thank you,
the people
brother.
will come in and
Brother
so
your time is up. I give you 30 seconds, but you talk more than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that your question is going
this
to
will be very important because, yes. So these are some of the things that you should tell the audiences instead of talking about the individuals, you know, about a world citizen. You have got the right to do that. Someone like Kula Guru got the right to do that. But trying to shut down the citizens and saying that you are going to be killed, it is even wrong for a government to put itself in such a position, as I said earlier. So what will be an alternative for these concerned voices? As you said, you had also been writing, being critical about this thing. Leave alone that these men have confused the citizen.
Yeah, thank you. So your question is going to Moses, right?
Yeah, my question is to Moses and
to Mading.
Yeah, to Mading and Juma. I think that's why I split the three questions, and they can divide what question that they would like to answer as an individual.
Thank you. Mading and Jim, I will give you 1 minute each to answer that question.
Thank you, Mabur. I think let me not be mistaken. I'm a beneficiary of the diaspora. You know, Mabur, my own brother, Makar Mabur, is the one who took me to school in East Africa, and it is through him that I am able to have a number of academic achievements that I have today to help me enlighten to discuss some of these national issues. So, my brother Mabur and Moses, I'm not talking about diaspora as being inconsequential in as far the issues to do with the country are concerned. You are a very important segment of the society, and your contributions are very critical and fundamental in the development of this country and the way forward. Now, what I'm trying to say is sometimes there are some activities that need leadership, and that leadership can not only be shown online, it also need to be shown in present. For example, suppose the government call for a dialogue today. You need to be there such that you are able to discuss with them and tell them this is what we want. And I think that is where I have an issue with most of you being there, even when John Garang and the rest of the people, even when we were in Nairobi with those of Maburabian, there were still some commanders in the front line that were able now to implement the instruction that were being given to them. But it seems now the coalition and the whole PPC, Moses, PCCA, the whole team, the commanders and the leaders and the commanders in chief are all online. They are not even on the ground. And that is where I had the issue of the diaspora. So I didn't want to antagonize the diaspora because without diaspora, even this platform, we could not be sharing with you now. So I'm sorry if I have really antagonized you on that. Number two, the alternative.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not a member. I'm not a member of PPC. No, yeah. Most in the diaspora.
Consequences.
Yeah.
With the public uprising than following the document that we have. Of course, and I must appreciate the coalition from here. Already, they have put enough pressure for the parties to the agreement to make sure that they are moving. Just yesterday, if you have listened to the news, the security committees, they met and they are talking about the graduation of the unified forces. And this is the kind of pressure that we need to put. But if you go to the extent of saying you want a regime change, you know, sometimes there are some things that are easy said than done. You will be pushing these people into the corner, and when they reach the edge, they will start reacting back. And that is what we don't want to happen again. And let me tell you, and you need to take this to the bank, all of you, that if anything happened today, just a symbolic demonstration that take place and a few people are arrested, these people will scatter the whole peace agreement, and then they will say, now we want to continue until the system is set again, because already there are skirmishes of insecurity across the country. You have seen Warab, you have seen Western Equatoria, you have seen Eastern Equatoria, you are seeing the Upper Nile, Kidwang. You know, these are skirmishes that are happening in terms of insecurity. Now, if you come in at the coalition and you create like the timetable that I saw today, a different segment of demonstration, then now the government will take that as a whole insecurity in the country, and then they say now we have to deal with these issues even before we touch anything on the peace agreement. And that is how they have been going through this crisis, and they have continued to survive on those strategies. So we are trying to have a conversation with our brothers that let us not go that direction, because this direction is giving these people another opportunity to shift the goalposts. And the goalposts are the election. So we don't want them to shift them again. We have cemented these goalposts through the peace agreement, and we want to continue making sure that we guide them until we reach that time when the elections are done. And of course, if we are supposed to come together, for example, now, what has been a problem in South Sudan, Brother Madid, if you could just increase my 1 minute, is that most of the civil society organizations have never been in unison in trying to drive some goal or objective forward. But at least in this process, I have seen 2, 3, 4, 5 civil society organizations coming together, and they are trying to put together a very organized objective. Now that is the right path. We need to come together, and then we engage partners, the partners within in the region and in the international community, and we tell them, now this is what we need to do. And with that, we will be able to succeed come 2023. That is just the argument. It's not about scaring people not to go on the street, because of course we know the contact. The contact is very fragile, my brothers. And if we are not very careful, we may talk about the Rwanda. Rwanda, if you go there, I have visited that country several times, you would want to sleep on the street. And that is because the citizen and the leadership decided that enough is enough. We need to move this country forward. But after what? After the genocide. And you know, the genocide in Rwanda was better than what would happen in South Sudan if we had to step by the roadside. So that is why we are so worried, because mine is based on conflict, security, and contact analysis. I don't have any other interest. Whether some people want position or not want position is none of my business, because at the end of the day, everybody is entitled to get any position in this country because you are a South Sudanese. But how do we get it? That is the question mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Jema. Mading, 1 minute or 2 minutes, and then I will give a chance back to.
Thank you. Abiel Madid, I appreciate the question that you are asking. What is the alternative? We know the reason why we are saying diaspora, you also need to listen to us, is because we know what is on ground here. Yeah, this is why we are saying that, not because we are not very important. Most of you have, even in 2020, when there was flood in Bor, the people were evacuated by the diaspora. And we know that. What we are saying is that what is on ground here is different with what we have in our mind. Our people, the few that are now in this country, because some people have gone to Ethiopia, others are in Kenya, others are in Uganda, others are in Sudan. The alternative is to support the transitional government to ensure that this agreement is implemented, and to engage the international community to put pressure on the partners of the agreement to implement it. That's the alternative. That route, it reduces the number of killing. Okay, it reduces the economic difficulties that we are going to put our communities. You and I knows very well we can survive because of the skill we have. either globally or even locally here, we can survive in our country. But the few citizens that are there, they only survive on taking their nete to the markets every morning. So let's support this transitional government. And after they have finished the transitional period, we are going to go for an election. You know, our citizens, the leaders of the coalition forces, that you have seen there that are calling for uprising. If you compare the legitimacy and the legitimacy of Comrade Salva, legitimacy of Comrade Riek Machar, and the legitimacy of Bagasoro, who has the support? Of course, Riek Machar has a constituency. Comrade Salva has a constituency. Comrade Bagasoro have a constituency. Other comrades, they have constituencies. Which constituency does Moses Kenjuk represent? Which constituency do I represent? I don't represent my constituency. The only thing I said is the voice that we should not go for this, let's go for this. And after that, when the election comes, we will go to an elections and we will be able to elect the leaders that we want. Because every rights, yesterday I was educated by one of the lawyers. He said, every rights are priorities. If you are insecure, you will leave your food on the table. If you are told there is an attack coming and you have food, though you have a right to food, and there is an attack coming, you will leave that food on the table. So what comes first is the security, the human security. Then after you are secure, that's when you will look for food. So the priority now, and we said it, in my view, is to support the transitional government. Let's support it. Let us reach to 2023. If the election will not happen in 2023, the grantors, we have the grantors, the peace agreement. We have Troika, we have US, we have, we have the IGAD. We have to engage them, and that's where the diaspora could be very important. Engage them to support, to put pressure on the transitional government to implement all the provisions of the agreement, but not to disturb the government. Because this government, we know it very well. If you are in hospital and you are in the point of death, you take all your resources to treat yourself first. When the government is being destabilized and is being attacked, demonstration on the roads, the shops are closed, there are other criminals that will take advantage. Because some people are hungry, they don't have food, as you said. People are not paid salaries. They go on the street, they go to people's shops and they loot foods. The security will not leave them, shoot them. I see my brother has fallen. I will run home and I will bring my gun. Hello. I will go home, my gun, I bring my gun, and I start fighting the forces. When I bring my gun, my brother, my sister will follow me. We fight. My leader, my community leader in the government will say my people are being killed. He will call us, protest. We take our guns, we fight. What will bring that thing again? We will be called now to renegotiate, and we sign another transitional government, like what happened in 2016. When there was dogfight, people came back and they signed another agreement, a revitalized agreement. If this peace collapses again, we are going to sign another peace that is called revitalized agreement. It will not end. So let's finish this thing. Let's support them up to 2023. We go for elections. We change all of them or some of them, and we have our country in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Madin. This is, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have 6 days remain for August 30th for that popularized uprising go out. And this is a critical moment that we have this show. And I would like to say thank you for those who are joining us and those who are not able to join. And I would like to thank my guests in Juba that they hang with us here. That was a wonderful thing. And this is what South Sudan need. We need this kind of dialogue, interact with each other. We always disagree and agree, but let us respect. And at the end of the day, we come to the conclusion that what our country did. Brother Mabur Abiel Medit, I will let you go. I have a lot of people who want to join. Comrade Agwat, come on up. It's you.
Give me a chance. Yeah. So first of all, I want to say thank you, Leg Media, all the panelists and the audience who are watching. You know, there's supposed to be, you know, a reasonable, argument here. The government in the Republic of South Sudan has failed. There's no doubt about that. The SPLM party has failed the country. What the credit we can give to the SPLM party is the independence of the republic. The Declaration of Independence on the July, 9 was the best. We can say thank you, but the rest is just one into dustbin. Now, would we, deny Trump when he was saying that Africa is a shithole? The answer is no. Trump was right, actually, what he was saying. The message is very clear. Actually, I agree with Juma. I have disagreement in the narrative of Mr. Mading. Mading, your rationale is too, aggressive to the diasporans. But the point I'm going to make is this. Those who have called for the uprising, they are very wrong. And I will agree with Mr. McCare. September 12, 2018, which was the revitalization of peace agreement of 2015. If you don't understand what happened in 2015, you need to revisit what really happened. What happened was the three countries were ganging on South Sudan. They want to become the new colonials to the Republic of South Sudan, but God forbid. The July the 8th, which will become the dogfight, occurred, and everything was changed. Even though it was too much painful to the people of South Sudan, whether the government side or the opposition side, it was too much painful because 419 killed in 29 minutes, execution style, heart, or you hit the head. It was so painful. It will go in the history. It will be, in the darker side of the SPLM party, to the leadership of Salva Kiir Mayardit. Salva Kiir will be blamed, whether he like it or not. It will go down the history that he failed and he knowingly agree and sign the August 26, 2015 as a death to those who have fallen in J1. It was very wrong. Why we disagree with the uprising? Because September 12, 2018, we was actually the grantor, my brother Mading, the grantor were not United States. There's no troika. The AGAD, Bashir, and Yuri Museveni, they are the one who were been given, to supervise the peace in South Sudan. That means it became an African peace. An African peace is very good. Why is good? Because now it's an African. There's no troika or the Western or the Eastern Bloc. It is purely African peace. If this peace is followed accordingly, even though now it is going wrongly, and we follow it until it expires, it was actually based on what I heard, a while ago. It was saying that it will expire on May 22nd, 2022, and then election will be conducted within the same year. But now the language has shifted. It changed into 2023. Okay, that is actually is a worry. Even me, I've been calling for election now. There is, I have a doubt. Maybe the election might not take place. But what does we want? The government has no strategic planning. The government has no plan. There's no nation can survive. No nation can succeed. And I will also disagree with most of you who comparing South Sudan to Rwanda. Rwandan government, those who are ministers or generals or the MPs, they have no house in Uganda. They have no house in Congo. They have no house in South Sudan. They have no house in Khartoum or in Addis Ababa. They whom are in Rwanda and everything in Rwanda, and their constitution is working. It's not like South Sudan. Our South Sudan is just like a shithole, like Trump has said. It is very sad to say this, even though I support the government. But I also blame people of South Sudan. We're supposed to take, a unity side. If we unite, it will be very easy for us to dismantle this government. This government is supposed to go. Recently, we have seen a Jordanian was appointed as a INF branch manager to South Sudan. Boom, we have $333 million have been loaned to South Sudan. Who's going to pay this loan? Is you and me and my children and my grandchildren. That's why it is very important for us not to let this peace go. If we allow this uprising to take place, are we want South Sudan to be the new, ISIS in Syria, which has ended a year ago? We want South Sudan to be the Libya. We want South Sudan to be, Iraq or Yemen. There is no comparison actually with Afghanistan with South Sudan. Totally is wrong. There's no comparison because in Afghanistan, America went to Afghanistan to get rid of Osama bin Laden and the Taliban. Taliban are not the American went after them not because they're bad, but because they refused to hand over Osama bin Laden. So they came back to their country. It's okay. So there's no comparison. But South Sudan could become the next Libya, could become the next Syria, could become the next Yemen, where the West and the East could be able to test a new strategic weapon in South Sudan. If you don't understand this, you need to understand it right now. At the same time, the government of the Republic of South Sudan, if you cannot take a step and set up projects like education, like food production, like medical schools, then we will have a problem. And the government will be removed actually, whether they like it or not, it will be gone. So, but those who are calling for uprising, I disagree with the notion because it is not true, it is wrong. And because why I disagree with them, if the government is removed through uprising, we will give a upper hand to the government of Khartoum. As we speak, if you don't read what is happening when it comes to security sector, Sudan is the next to have a caliphate. What happened in Syria is going to happen in Sudan. It's just only a matter of time. Because everything about resources, the scarcity of the resources, and South Sudan has resources that are, every country is interested to put their eye and they want to grab it. You have the uranium in South Sudan, which are the nuclear weapon. You have the cobalt. You have the coltan, who are using for the smartphone and all the electronic. They are in South Sudan. What we have in South Sudan are the equivalent to what is in Congo Democratic. And South Sudan, actually, we're going to say that we are very lucky. And actually, I want to give my appreciation to the people of South Sudan. December 2015, July 8, 2016. If our people did not fight, even though we kill ourselves, we would have lost South Sudan, become the new Congo in Africa. So I want to say to the government, thank you. You try your best, and also the people who refuse not to take the side of tribalism, even though it was used as a tribe, including those now who are in the government. Those who were called the United Nations trusteeship, Mr. Meding. Some people from your state, they were calling for trusteeship, so South Sudan would be handled to the United Nations, and now they're in the government. These people are supposed to be denied access to the government. So those individuals are wrong element in the government. So my message here to my fellow like Dr. Aulich or the rest of the coalition for coalition, what's called coalition civil action, you are wrong. Don't give the government a chance to stay in power. Let us unite. Let us try to support this peace until it ends. If you support uprising, South Sudan has 70% illiterate. We are illiterate. We are a bunch of tribes. If the uprising happens, the government will shoot. And also, one of the companies said that our army are not trained. That is the wrong language. If you're saying that means that our army are malicious. So that means they're not trained. So that's not the language to use here. I want you to correct the language later on. South Sudan army are very trained. What we don't have is there's no strategic planning in the government. What we are having here, we have a bunch of uncles, our aunties, our whatever we call them, and they are there to put the money in their pocket. You're gonna have general with 8 wives. They are all 7 are in Uganda. Did we liberate the country so that we will be able to exploit our country into the foreign countries? The answer is no. One of the Germans said that Kenya was calling us, we are Sudanese. We are not Sudanese, but because they don't respect us. There's no respect because you put all your money. If you are 7 wives and you're in the government, where do you get the money to support those 8 wives in Uganda or Kenya or in Sudan? You are a thief. Those now who are in the power, I want to tell you that you are a thief. The harami. Where do you get the
Trevor,
money
can I
to support your
interfere?
family?
Because there is
So
a very
my
important
message
point and I don't want to be taken over before I interfere.
to make it very clear, I urge all of us who are here now. I'm sure if we go to our ages, the youngest one will be like 35 or whatever, and the oldest could be like 50 or 55 years old. We have the right and we have the power. We have an opportunity to unite as a diaspora, number one. And I want also to remind my fellows who were talking about diaspora. With our diaspora, you have group of the people who have spoken to the American government. Diaspora work very hard. If there was no diaspora, and if there was no what you call September the 11th, what happened in America? Like one of this morning, I was arguing with one of the guy in the Twitter. He was blaming why the American went to Afghanistan. And I was saying to him that if there was no September 11th, South Sudan wouldn't have a peace. Sudan, Bashir would have refused not to allow peace to happen. But because what happened, the Al Qaeda and the Taliban and all the terrorists, what they have done has forced the United States to give up, a conditional to Bashir to make peace, or Bashir risks to be bombed. So the peace was signed, and at the same time, Ajama is a Daga kill, a Daga kill, and then later on you get your power, and then you refuse to give this guy a little bit, and you want to go to the guy who was against you. That's the problem. Those who have fought for 21 years, they have a trauma, they have depression.
Thank you, Comrade Abbott.
So
your time is up.
My conclusion is this, I call the unity of all the diaspora, and I call the conference for diaspora. We will need to come together and unite and send a very strong message to the government of South Sudan. If you don't know us, we will find a way to dislodge you in the power. Also, I disagree with uprising. It is not right time and it's the wrong time. We need to support this peace until it expires. And if we are united, it will be easy to take this government out without doubt. So with this, I want to say, don't blame the diaspora because you are creating a problem. Also, we are not blaming those in South Sudan. And the mistake is this: when South Sudan become independent, and government of South Sudan would have called a conference for the diaspora and those who are in Middle East and those who are in East Africa, and to make a reconciliation, I'm sure we wouldn't have this war. We would avoid this war, but because we are blaming those in diaspora, we're blaming those in Khartoum, they are calling NCPs, you're blaming those in Middle East, you're blaming those in East Africa. What kind of peace are we looking for? We are enemy to ourselves. That's what I'm going to tell you is a point blank, simple and plain. So let us unite. Let us try to discourage, uprising. Uprising is wrong. It is not the right time. The world is in danger. Coronavirus, all these diseases. These are called the weapon warfare. And who are the target? Us. We are target because our resources work together. With this, I will also want to add additionally. Recently, you have seen in a will we have fought hard to remove UNISWA. Also, I want to call the rest of the South Sudanese, in that state, to dismiss all these United Nations, UNIMIS, or the UNISWA across South Sudan. These are the threat to our African future. We need to get rid of them. Let's work together for the future of South Sudan. This government in power here, Salva Kiir or Riek Machar, these guys, they are not for us. They are against us. They are against our future. But we have to support them, and we will dismiss them, whether they like it or not. With this, may God, the Creator, bless the Republic of South Sudan, and peace be told.
Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Before I give a chance to Kaman, welcome to the Chol Nuri. I see you. Before I give you a chance, Kaman, Jema want to respond to what? So, Jema, go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you. Come on, you have waited a long time, but you are welcome aboard. Thank you so much, Abood. I think this conversation is getting interesting, although the time is going for some of us. There is one element that Abood brought up, which is very critical for all of us to understand, despite our position in this particular issue. The issue of regional interest. Let me just give you a very live example. I work with an organization and I traverse almost the whole of South Sudan. I go everywhere. But there are some places where I go by my own risk and accord. Because in South Sudan, there are people who cannot go to different places. And you have seen this one in Eastern Equatoria, where they were saying everybody should leave their state for the NGOs job that they were having. Now, what we need to understand is that when two brothers are fighting, and I think this is a common African saying, the stranger inherit their wealth. And now, what needs to happen is when you look at Ugandan, if you look at Kenya, if you look at everybody, they can travel anywhere in South Sudan, the 10 states plus the 3 administrative areas. But you, as a South Sudanese, whether you are a Zande or you are a Pajulu or you are a Nuer or you are a Dinka, there are places that you cannot go to. By the virtue that you are a South Sudanese. But all these people are working with NGOs and they can go anywhere. And it has happened now that foreigners can travel in South Sudan. This freedom of a movement in the constitution is being exercised more by foreigners than ourselves. And this is because of what? Because of the conflict that we have created among ourselves. The other thing that we are not realizing as South Sudanese is that there is no country in the world we can have two or three things at the same time. We have, well, natural resources are everywhere. God has talked very articulatively about them. And we have a very small population of people. And we are fighting ourselves. We are also the center of the whole Africa. So what need to happen is for us, instead of trying to go back every time we want to see progress, we need to really accept that there are time for everything. And that brings me back to the question that Mabur has asked. What is the alternative? Let us give these people the benefit of doubt. By 2013, by 2023, if they have not allowed us, and I think I have to add it with the question that was asked on the line by other person, that what is the guarantee that election will happen? If election do not happen, we would have all gained a momentum. A civil society organization, including those of Moses McCain and those of Abraham Wally, and then we can now be able to tell them, since you have not honored the agreement, because by then the agreement would have finished, and that is the basis of our argument here. Let's see how this agreement goes. By the time they don't honor this agreement, then we have the right to take over from them by whichever means. And that would have also given us an opportunity, Moses, if you are listening to me, it would have given us a good opportunity to plan very well, and then they will be able not to blame us, because now the moment anything happens, they will say, but we have a peace agreement. That is what we don't want to give them. So that is the point I wanted to interject upon.
Thank you.
Abraham, thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Jema. Now I will give this phone. Thank you, Kamis, for waiting so patiently. This is a very good. I will give this floor to you, Kamis.
Okay. I greet you all, and first of all, let me say thank you, Abraham Majak, for giving me the chance. And also, I would like to thank the Lake State Media for hosting us and our debaters. I thank all of you. I thank the board as well. And all the viewers, I'm not forgetting you as well. I thank you very much. Actually, my name is Kaman Awed. I'm a journalist by profession. And I'm here just to condemn and say my point of view based on the popular uprising that people has been talking about for the last couple of days, weeks. And actually, I'm not going to condemn anyone by names, but I would condemn the people coalition for civil actions, because as an intellectual, and the way I've been reading their news and their voices as well, listening to them, and finally now listening to a couple of my friend here on the board with me, public pressure on President Kiir and his government yield no fruit to me. That's me as an intellectual. It will never and it will not yield the fruit. We're not going to see any better than that. So the civil society or the people coalition for civil actions are being bewildered. Other way around, I would say they are being blindfolded by seeking public pressure through whatever the mean they want to. So trying to oust at President Kiir regime, like what you guys already said, they want to imitate or they want to go by what happened in Sudan. What I would what I would tell these people, they haven't done their research. You people, the People Coalition for Civil Action, you did not did a good research. Because if you look at what happened in Khartoum, all of you have said it. I'm not going to go over that again. To me, the regime that everyone has been talking about has failed. Let me just ask a question, a rhetorical question that I don't want anyone to answer it. But if you say government, South Sudan government or President Kiir government has failed, who is a success? Who is a success? If the president or if the government failed, I don't see anyone is a success. At least in the same government we're talking about is a success to me. So seeking pressure to try to oust President Kiir, like what happened to Omar al-Bashir after his 30 years of rule, is not going to happen. Personally, I think People Coalition for Civil Action is a potential warlord. Simple and plain like that. Why do I say that? It is because most of the coalition leaders have failed to promote a strategic and shared vision for the country. And you know, all of these, most of them, they've been in the government. They have been in the government and they failed that vision. Today they're challenging. And the group is simply floating without guidance, no clearance, any clearance. They're there just without a clear direction of where they want to lead the innocent people of South Sudan that they are calling for demonstration. People Coalition for Civil Action, this group called for a non-military civil actions against the government of South Sudan. How is that going to be possible? In a militarized South Sudan, we all know, where everyone has a gun, and almost every ambitious politician, including my colleague here, all of you are potential warlords. And this is the great example. This is how the warlord talk. And look, they're even contradicting yourself. You too, who is supporting the uprising here now on this panel, you are contradicting yourself by calling the backing of the armed elements from the National Security and and South Sudan Defense Force and the police. The coalition should know better than that. Know that they need to back, or they need a backing of the army group to secure the overthrow of the government. Therefore, there is no need at all for the coalition to emphasize much on the civil actions when in fact they are banking themselves on the armed elements, among them that I don't see and we don't see as people of South Sudan. They are hiding something. They are hiding an elements of arm to secure them a victory. In a practical sense, let's say, for example, all right, the way the coalition is laying out its strategic, to me, it looked like they will send the demonstrators on the streets in Juba and everywhere around South Sudan, perhaps with some armed elements hiding in the middle of the demonstration. Point blank. If the police, they will do this, but if the police, South Sudan police, national police, and the security forces come in to disperse the demonstrators, in that process, brothers and sisters, deadly confrontation will ensue, leading to shootout, big shootout, no doubt. The chaos scene of the shootout. No one will even know who is shooting who. It's going to be like dogfight. You guys said J1, leading to shootout, shooting nobody, because the police will shoot, and these armed people will People Coalition want to hide among the demonstrators with their gun. You all said everyone have a gun. You got a gun everywhere around the corner of South Sudan. So you are here now to lecture the innocent South Sudanese, myself, that you support the uprising. You're supporting this uprising. I call it will be a deadly confrontation. No argument, brothers and sisters. This is coming out from the intellectual like me. And some of you should be saying that as well. This potential will spread the shootout beyond the vicinity of the demonstrated, where they will demonstrate. It will go everywhere like it happened. Then the collusion, ambitious, whatever they call it, ambitious politicians, some of them are here now, would turn into weapon immediately, becoming small warlords in the pockets of the demonstrators, in their small enclaves, right? And out of their in the city or out from nowhere, I don't know, the rest would automatically pick up, like you guys said already, rest will pick up their weapon as well in order to protect themselves and their properties in the midst of the chaos. In such a scenario, brothers and sisters, the collusion would at least, that's from me, my opinion, would achieve one thing: destroying the implementation of the current peace agreement in Juba that Salva Kiir and Dr. Riek Machar and other partners are trying to launch to see its fruits. The government will not be stable. You all said it, and that is a reality. And the country as a whole. Here, it would at least depend on the capacity and the strength of the government, whether it would succeed in pulling the country out of the chaos that people collusion need or want to create now with their leaders. It's going to be hard for the government to restore peace and order, or else the country would be left to be run by the collusion. Perhaps, let me call them collusion of the warlords. Yes, it would be run by the collusion. It is then that South Sudan will be worse than Somalia, on Storia, on Bange, whatever they call it. Worse than it was in 1991, in 2013, and 2016. As an intellectual, I know myself, at the current state of affairs in South Sudan, personally, I think this is my personal thinking, South Sudan does not, and I repeat, does not need a slight mistake whereby it would be plunged into a fiasco, chaos like the one in Afghanistan at the moment, where a country is run by terrorists, warlords. South Sudan need a gradual transformation, as a bit by bit transformation, like you guys said. Look at Rwanda, look at Ethiopia itself. South Sudan need a slowly transformation. It could be best be ensured, and this could be ensured by the current government. I am a fan of. I support government, full stop. If we cool down, calm down, and this is going straight to the people collusion, and my brothers here who are supporting that. The current government is the only way, is the only option I would see with my educated mind. This is the only government I see. I don't see nobody. I don't see any other success there. Like you said, government failed. This is the fail. I failed. You failed. You too, you failed. Whoever said that government failed. So a strong national army, national security, we have it. Like you all said, no doubt. You know how the national security we have in South Sudan is better than in East Africa in general. If you go in rating, this is coming out from the journalists. Myself, I've done a lot of research. I've been in Kenya. I've been in Kenya. You know the police in Kenya. South Sudan, in terms of ranking, go and do your homework. So, a strong national army we have, or we don't have, like you said, argue. This national army security forces must be on a national character. I know you guys are saying that, but they will be. In bit by bit, they will be. And they will ensure the security of all the citizens, like they are doing now, and safeguarding the country, territorial and integrity. This will lead me to my conclusion. Ultimately, if we go back into our senses and into our knowledge, all this will go bit by bit. I am sure, I believe in this government, I believe in Salva Kiir. There will be elimination of all these left mind. There will be room for peace. There will be no room for warlord. This is where I would end anyway. Otherwise, I'm sorry if I've touched anyone, but this is just my experience. This is my knowledge, and this is what I've seen from the uprising. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Comrade Kamal. Thank you, thank you, viewers and our guests. This channel is going toward Nuri. It will be the last person here to speak. Nuri, I will give you your minute, your 4 to 5 minutes, and that's what I give to everybody. So welcome to Legacy Media.
Ustaz Madid, may I have 1 minute before you close, if possible?
Yeah, I will give you after the Nuri.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Unmute yourself, Nuri.
Brother Madid, I will say the same things. We're here as brothers. Next time, maybe we'll have sisters as well. Because we're talking about issues that are diverse. I pass my eye to everyone, my greeting to everyone. I think today is a very interesting day. It is interesting because we have people who put themselves on the same line in terms of values, and in terms of intentions, and in terms of position. I will comment as somebody who studied human rights for 5 years, and I will comment as somebody who studied what are the red flags for humanity to be subjected to pain and to be subjected to brutality. When I was doing my studies at university, human rights studies, we were told Holocaust never again, and Rwanda genocide never again. That's what we were told. In South Sudan, I'll bring it back to South Sudan. We have issues, and the month of August, as I always said, is a dark month. This is the period in which the movement was subjected to brutality, in which humanity was subjected to brutality, and the humanity was the same humanity. The same people were killing each other so many times. Massacre occurred in the month of August. Anybody who would want to do anything should really put humanity of South Sudan at heart. The month of August is not very far from the July 30th, in which the very important leader of the country, of the people, of the movement, and of the population died in the helicopter crash. So anybody who would want to carry action, changing the government, launching a civil revolution, military revolution, we really have to think twice how to minimize, once again, in terms of subjecting humanity to so many massacre and killing and crime against humanity once again. I haven't listened to everyone who made his or her comment, or who made his comment on this particular situation, but I will say my comment because this would be the last one, because there are too many people are waiting online, so I wouldn't dwell on online so many times. I will just highlight what could go wrong and how do lawlessness occur, civil disobedience, how do they actually happen, and whether or not a passive action against the government would be indeed a passive action, or would it actually be an active action against the government and trickle down to causing instability, including the revitalized peace agreement, including the power sharing government. Would it trickle down to destroying infrastructure? And would it cause massive displacement within Juba? If that would occur, who would be responsible? Who would be responsible in causing massive displacement? Who would be responsible in causing crime against humanity? And would the action be equivalent to the desire or the outcome of the civil disobedience? I'm really surprised that people who are calling for uprising are very frank and open online. That's the difference. They're very frank and open online. They're showing their intention online. They become online activists, and they're not alone. They're with large number of diaspora people who are in diaspora, and this is not very surprising to people who study this. Usually, what diaspora, what they usually do, they act as civil society or civil societies, but they're very clever in the language of Kenyan, in the term of Kenyan. They're very clever in hiding the language that would actually translate into military confrontation. They're very wise and strategic in carving the language. They usually love the language of civil language, a civilian language, a language of human right. That's what they usually love. But the intention usually is to actually put themselves in line with those who are actually holding arms, those who are having guns. So they're very wise people and they're very strategic people, and more often they don't usually come out of blue. There would be people who have had been in Washington, people who had been in Brussels, and people who actually live in the West. So they use literature to frame a theme that would put a society in civil unrest. I would be asking, but this will not be answered now. It would be answered by the time I finish because there's no time. Most people who are giving hope that the uprising would not translate into lawlessness, they would be writing letters to police. I would be interested in whether or not people who are calling or leaders of uprising or leaders of demonstration or protest, whether or not they have actually written any letter to police in South Sudan, in this case, in the national city of the government, which is Juba. Have they written any letter? Have they been shown to where they would be actually doing demonstration? Because there are places in which if you would be going with your demonstration without asking a permission or without being allowed to go there, the state will respond. And the state, in this case, is the police. The state is the military police who respond, because those places, if you do go there without permission, then you would be resisted. And when you are resisted, would you also resist people who are resisting you, or the state that is resisting you? The question is, have you been allowed to do demonstration? I'm thinking about two places in Juba. If you would be doing demonstration in Juba, have you been allowed to protest in front of J1? If that's the case, then that's marvelous. Then you have done your homework. Then the state will not respond because you would have been given a permission to actually protest in front of J1 or around the premises of J1. Have you been allowed? Because that's a residency of the government. If you are not allowed, then what are you telling the people of South Sudan? Should you be resisted by the state? Should you respond, or should you act and use civil disobedience, and that would translate into causing lawlessness in the city? If you have not been allowed, why? Have you written a letter? If you have not written a letter, why have you not written a letter? So that you can be given information. That's one place, because that's a very strategic place that would capture the imagination of the media, international media, local media, and the people alike. Also, have you been allowed to actually launch your demonstration and to gather around Dr. John Garang Muslim? If you have not been allowed, why? Have you written a letter to actually demonstrate around John Garang Muslim? Have you been allowed to demonstrate around premises of the state government? In this case, the standard state government. If you have not been allowed, then what are you telling to the people of South Sudan? Should you show up there without a permission? People usually they don't go for uprising. If you have been reading the Arab Spring, or if you have been reading what was going on in Khartoum between 2018 and 2019, and the Arab Spring between 2010 and 2011, people usually go for where the government is, or around the residencies of the government, or around the government institution. And those places are usually heavily protected. So if you have not been allowed to do that, then what is preventing you to write a letter so you can actually be given a permission, and people would actually know that you are being civil? Otherwise, what seemed to be happening here is the language that diaspora people usually used by citing civilian language or civil language or civic language, but in fact they would be making a grand coalition with insurgency. We have too many insurgencies in the country. Others are going now. Others have been sticking around for a long time. Others have refused to join the transitional government, the power sharing government, or the coalition government. They have refused. And the reason they have refused is because their demands have not been met. So the language that you are not telling, in my opinion, is actually enshrined into those people who are actually celebrating insurgency or joining insurgency. I think there was a comment said earlier that all you need is lawlessness, and then the uprising would turn into civil disobedience. The uprising would turn into active revolution. The uprising would turn into revolution. The uprising would turn into a rebellion. The uprising would turn into a revolt, mutiny. So that's what you're telling us. And deliberately, you are staying away from using those terms because they can actually be a red flag for anybody to see that your language is no longer a civil language. It is a language of uprising. It is true, anybody who would want to do uprising, we have pandemic that is going on already. Anybody who has humanity and heart would be really holding on to make sure people are being vaccinated, people are being asked to be vaccinated, to make sure that people are asking people who have vaccine to bring it to the country so that people can be vaccinated and minimize the death. The death is already being minimized by accommodating people who have concern with regard to the function of the government, with regard to the inclusive government. And that's because the current presidency is allowing people, allowing too many agreements to be accepted and to be revitalized simply because to mitigate the scale of death, the large scale of death. But it is not because it is a noble thing. It is an exciting thing to have 5 vice presidents. It is an exciting thing to have people who are killing people to be accommodated in the power sharing government. But that's because to lessen the scale of death, to lessen the violence, and to lessen the pains on the civilians, and to lessen the scale of massive displacement, because we had seen so many of them occurring between 2013 and 2016, moving forward to 2017. And I will leave on this point. What you are seeing now is happening on roads in certain state. It's not an activity that is not so far from people who have hidden the language, who had cleverly hidden the language and use those who would commit suicide to sacrifice. And then the real masterminders, people who are mastermind of civil disobedience would be coming. So I will go back to my question. Have you asked the state? Have you asked the police to demonstrate or to take you to a specific place so that you can actually demonstrate and learn your protest and learn your civil obedience in a state of civil disobedience and learn your passive action against the government or show your frustration against the government. Have you written a letter to the police in Juba? Because that's where things would be kicking off. If you have not done that, then what is holding you to be asking this? And I know you would say they will not accept. Well, if they don't accept, they must have a reason why they're not accepting you to ask them for a letter. If you have not been accepted, or if your letter has not been accepted or turned down, then there must be a reason why it is turned down. If you have not written a letter to the police, why haven't you written a letter to the police so that you would be shown where you can demonstrate, where you can protest? I think the evil of diaspora, the evil intention of diaspora should be really questioned by now. And I have been accusing diaspora for acting evilly against the people of South Sudan, against the civilian. You and I, whenever there is war, we would be treating people. We would be taking people to hospital. We would be transporting people to hospital. We would be spending thousands and thousands of money to treat people. So this is not an isolated incident. When people talk, you should not focus on the government. Focus on those people who would be affected everywhere in the country. All right. So if you do this, are you careful enough so that it will not spill over and cause another massive war against the people of South Sudan, or active war against the people of South Sudan? You have to remember, when they did it in Egypt, more than 800 people were killed. When they did it in Khartoum, about more than 100 people were killed. There is no uprising. Uprising is an act against the government. And the government is not a fool institution to entertain anybody who is challenging the state. You're talking with the state, a very powerful machinery that will respond to you and crush you down. And if you have power, or you have police behind you, or you have people who have guns behind you, they will respond to the state and they will resist the state. And you will resist the state response. And the state will resist your demonstration. When two people are resisting each other, the action would be violent. The action would be lawlessness. So I'm glad that we have a journalist who really stated the hidden language, the concealed language, the clandestine language that is not being said here. And my brother Madin,
Yes.
who stated very clearly in terms of human rights and in terms of human pains and terms of suffering. So on one last thing, the current president came into power because he's known for one thing. He's a very patient person. Can you just wait for election and let the pandemic get finished first? Where would people go if you cause massive displacement on them with coronavirus? What kind of thinking is that?
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Nuri. Thank you for your work. So now we come, everybody on the panel is putting his comment and his opinion. At this time, it's kind of late over there and we come to end our show. So before we do that, I'm going to go to the round two, which is round two will be 2 minutes. For this guest, so my guest panel, please stay up there. Jima and Medin, stay there. Moses McCary, you said that you have follow-up question or concern. Medin, McCary, you will come next after Moses. Moses, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Ustaz Medin. It has been a great discussion. With due respect to the opinion of the journalists and the human rights activists, I would like to say that human rights start with breakfast. How many children in South Sudan don't have breakfast? So If you want to stand with human rights, stand with the victims, the kids that are suffering in South Sudan, but don't support the people that are abusing the citizen, that are killing the people, that are looting the money that should be used for breakfast for the kids and for the schools and for hospital. So human rights begin with breakfast, but President Kiir and his regime has deprived millions of South Sudanese children from having breakfast every day, and also from not having even drinking water. Human rights start with the clean water. People are buying water from Ethiopians every day. You will find kids crying, following Ethiopians, moya, 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 crying after water tanks. So that's the government we want to change. When you talk about people being having intention, ill intention, or evil intention in diaspora, there is no other evil than the regime in Juba. We have not called for violence. We have not yet killed people. We are just an agents of change. We are on the side of the victims, the people who are victims in South Sudan from all tribes that has been exploited in the name of the country we have liberated by Dr. General Salva Kiir Mayardit. It is time. He has been given enough time for 16 years. He has been rewarded for his suffering and for his contribution. For the last 16 years, he has become a multimillionaire, and he has money that can sustain him and his family and all his relatives for 100 years. But we are talking about people who don't have breakfast, who don't go to school, who need basic rights. All of us who are speaking here have breakfast, have something to eat, have a roof in our head to sleep in. But there are people who have fought it for this country that President Kiir and his cronies are enjoying, that are begging on the street of Juba, in Sharetumbra, in Juba, and in Isora, and everywhere where they're in Cameron Hotel in Juba, Cameron restaurants. Everywhere there is a restaurant, you will find the wounded soldiers begging for food. When food leftovers is thrown in bins in President House. So we have reached a point that the people are suffering. We have to be supporting the victim. I don't understand why the government supporters blame the victims, the citizens that have been deprived. يعني ما ممكن يعني تلوم الزول المظلوم. الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان تعبان ما لاقي اي حاجه. اخوي مكير عارف هو قاعد في مدني وعارف وضع بتاع السودانيين. انت لو قارنته مع وضع بتاع الجنوبيين وضع بتاعنا صعب جدا. الشعب كله تعبان وجعان وما قادر يتنفس. So the best way forward is our president is still a president by force because he has imposed himself on people by guns. We know the threat, but it is good to fight for the dignity. It is good to fight for freedom. Even the SPLA, they fought for freedom. Do you know how many people who died under the military orders of President Kiir during the liberation? Has Kiir been taken to court for how many people that have died? So why would you blame the people that are asking the people to go and protest peacefully? So it doesn't make sense. If people who are telling people to fight for their right could be taken to court, President Kiir should have been taken to court. So it doesn't make sense. The coalition is not asking people to have arms to kill people. Even they are not even asking for President Kiir to be killed. All they are asking for is the president to resign, full stop. Nothing less, nothing more. And if you think it is impossible, because in your mind, you think that gun is everything and Kiir is God in South Sudan, we can tell you the power belongs to the people of South Sudan. No matter how the stolen money and the gun, they can use to threaten people and to deprive people. But people are the ultimate power. People have the right to say that we are not satisfied with the government. We are not satisfied with the president. It is a right. It is not a crime. And if some people that are supporting government think that the citizens are committing a crime, they could be wrong. 16 years is a very long time to wait for the government to deliver basic services. And let's say it is enough for President Kiir. He must go in peace instead of listening to people who carry arms and guns. He should listen to people who are asking for their right through peaceful means. We know that President Kiir listened to those who carry guns. We understand that. But we also want to tell him that it is better for you to listen to the ordinary people because they are more powerful than any guns in Juba. No any gun in Juba that is more stronger than the people of South Sudan. And this should be very clear to the government of Sudan. Coming to the question, the coalition and the Grand Coalition have written a letter to the Minister of Interior, and the police have been informed 1 week ago. So we understand ignorance of the law is not a defense. So the police has been informed. And we understand the army does not belong to President Kiir. Kiir, as the president, does not own the army. Yes, he has few people that he has influenced, especially the Tiger. But at the end of the day, they are the citizens of South Sudan. They will stand with the people of South Sudan because they have a choice to make, to stand with the people or to stand with one man. So it is the choice of the people of the army, all of the organized army, to make a choice. Are they going to stand with the people of South Sudan that are calling for a peaceful way of changing the government? Or are they going to continue to support a dictator, a heartless man who doesn't care about the wounded soldiers of SPLM? So this is what we are saying. People should go for popular uprising on date 30. And we know it is the beginning of the awakening day. It is not the end. We know this is a long way to fight for the freedom and a better government, a democratic government. Any election under President Kiir or Dr. Riek will be rigged. It would be a mad idea to deceive yourself that any election done under Kiir will be fair and just and open. It is not going to happen. It will never happen. Last week, President Kiir refused democracy within the SPLM. And Kwal Manyang was nominated by Nyal Deng Nyal and was supported by Yemanunu, seconded by Yemanunu and Awenakot and James Waniga, but President Kiir refused democracy in the SPLM Political Bureau and the National Liberation Council. He nominated Peter Lam as a dictator because he doesn't care about the democracy within the party. For that reason, if he doesn't believe in democracy within the SPLM party, we believe that President Kiir will never believe in any election. So the best way is him to go in peace and retire in peace and leave the people to form a democratic government where people can vote for their MPs and not these hand-picked MPs. These hand-picked MPs will not serve the public interest of South Sudan or of the people. They will serve the interest of the person that has appointed them. So all these hand-picked MPs, we don't care about them. We care about the suffering people that need to vote and elect their representative. And it is not about our positions. We don't need position. We don't believe in violence because violence will never solve anything. Even those who take arms, at the end of the day, they accept to talk. So we are starting with talking, and everything will end with talking, saying the truth that people are suffering. President must go, and must go yesterday, not today, and not definitely. He is overdue to go. He should have time ago.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
respect.
Ustaz Moses. You know that some of the panelists on this show now, they are eager to respond to you. Hang tight. Ustaz Makir, go ahead and respond. I will give you 2 minutes, and then I will yell back the floor to Jama and Medine. Ustaz Makir, go ahead.
نعم. Okay, thank you again Mr. Madid your viewers. يعني اليوم الكلام ممكن يكون كويس ونحن بنناقش القضايا بتاعت الوطن، والشيء الجيد برضو والممتاز للغاية هو حضور الأخ موسى مكير، وهو من الجماعة اللي بدعموا يعني الثورة ضد النظام. فده الفرصة الوحيد للإخوة يعني المؤيدين للخروج والإخوة الرافضين للخروج. طبعا نحن ناس في ديبيت مفتوح، أي واحد بيحاول يقنع الثاني، ولكن إذا لاحظنا حتى في الاستديو فالأغلبية هم ضد الخروج ضد النظام، فبالتالي ده بيأكد بأنه فعلا الخروج ضد النظام ممكن يكون نسبة الفشل بتاعها نسبة يعني 100%. فنحن قبال يعني نتكلم عن خروج الناس، يعني قولنا نقول لك الناس خرجوا ضد النظام، يعني والمشكلتنا ما عشان الناس تخرج، لكن المشكلة في مخاوف يعني نحن بنشوفها كناس شايفين مراقبين للوضع في جنوب السودان. الليلة نحن خرجنا من حرب أهلية قريب، ولا زال المرارات بتاعت القبلية في داخلنا نحن كشعب جنوبي. يعني اليوم قريبات ده الناس في إكواتوريا كانوا بيطالبوا بأنهم دايرين انفصال نفسه. الجماعة في إكواتوريا المشكلة في على النيل برضه في مشاكل بتاعت الأرض بين قبيلة وقبيلة، في مشكلة بتاعت حدود بين قبيلة وقبيلة، في بحر الغزال في مشاكل بتاعت قبلية مثلا من قبيلة وقبيلة. فبالتالي هنا بتكون الدولة يعني ما مستغر. انت لما تجي الليله وتعمل ثوره ضد النظام القاعد ده النظام ده طبعا ده اللمبه الوحيد اللي بنشوفه هسه حاليا اللي بيضوي في الدوله بتاعنا في جنوب السودان. فبالتالي لما نيجي نطفيه انت ما بتضمن بعد ده الجهاد الطرفيه دي، انت ما بتضمنهم. يعني الناس كثوار مثلا دايرين تخرجوا ضد النظام وانتم ما عارفين النوايا بتاع الناس اللي قاعدين. طبعا في حركات حمل السلاح قاعدين هسه حاليا دايرين الفرصه، طبعا هم فشلوا في طرد النظام بالقوه، وبالتالي هم طالما لقوا ناس بيساعدون عشان هم يخرجوا النظام فده كويس معانا بالنسبه للناس اللي حمل السلاح. فانت الليله كجهاد بتنادي بثوره شعبيه كويس وسلميه، انت ما عارف هناك في شنو اللي بيحصل شنو بعدين هناك بعد ما انت ذاتك تخج وتؤجج الصراع. يعني انت ما حتى الاستقرار في المناطق اللي انت بتصور داخل انت ما عارفه. ما في استقرار في على النيل، ما في استقرار في استوائيه، ما في استقرار في بحر الغزال كويس. الاستقرار واحد في جوبا. فبالتالي لما جوبا البسيطه دي لما ينحار انت كده يعني شجعتها ودمرت الدوله، ما ساعدتها، لانه في ناس بيجوا وبيستفيدوا من الوضع. التركيبه بتاعنا كشعب جنوبي تركيبه غبليه. يعني ليه لما نقوم نخش في جو بتاع الضرب والجو بتاع عدم استقرار فبالتالي بنكون اسوء من ليبيا. بعد اي قبيله داير يحاول شنو يشيل حقه بقوه كويس، وبعدين بنفقد القانون. الشيء الثاني بعد ده الاطماع برضه الدولي. يعني هذه الحركات الماشيه دي والشباب اللي بيتكلم عن الابرايزنج يعني ربما يكون في مدعومين من جهات خارجيه، والجهات الخارجيه دي عندها انترست يعني تجاه العمليه بتاعت الثوره ضد النظام. فالناس دي هم اصلا ما دايرين استقرار الدوله. حتى الاقليم بتاعنا ممكن نلقى ناس يدعموا الحركه بتاعت الخروج ضد نظام سلفا كير مياريت، لانهم بعد ما الدوله تنهار بعد ده اي زول بيشيل جزء من الارض. يعني الثوار دي ما هي بيهموا النهب بتاعت الحدود. بعدين حيكون في حاجه يقول عليه يعني كويس، يعني حيكون في حاجه يقول عليه ممكن الناس تتمدى، حيكون في امبرياليه على دول الجوار مثلا تجاه المنطقه. ولكن في ظل الاستقرار نحن حنكون بنحافظ على حاجاتنا الفدا بالبسيط. يعني اليوم البلد ماشي ممكن يكون بصوره افضل من السابق. يعني نحن بنحافظ على الوضع القاعد الان لافضل، ولكن ما بنخليها تنهار لاسوء كويس. ومن دون وعي طبعا نحن عن الاخوه اللي بيطالبوا بالخروج يوم 30 هم بيثقوا تماما بانه النظام حيسقط يوم 30 يعني، وهم عارفين. حتى زاد انا كنت اتمنى يعني الجماعه دي كانوا يسالون سؤال وجيه جدا. انت لما تطلع بعد يوم 30 انت بعد ما انت تستطيع تسقط النظام اللي بيمسك السلطه منه كويس. طبعا الجيش القاعد هو جيش مكون بين المعارضه والحكومه. بعد ما تسقط نظام سلفا فرضنا النظام سقط، اللي بيمسك الوقت ده عشان ينظم لك انت عشان يجي انتخابات ده منه حيكون نفس الناس دي طبعا. فبالتالي انت ما عملت شيء. الشيء الوحيد اللي انت عملها عشان البلد يمشي قدام المفروض الناس تجي وتطالب يعني مطالبات دستوريه بانه يكون يا اخواننا في تعديل مثلا او في صياغه دستور جامع جديد بالنسبه للشعب الجنوبي كويس. نعرف نحن ذات نظام الحكم الدايرين شنو كجنوبيين، نعرف الفتره بتاعت الانتخابات حيكون كم فتره. دي الحاجات الاساسيه المفروض يكون المطالبات يكون مطالبه مدنيه، وبعد ده في المطالبات السياسيه كويس في المقام الاول. وبعدين يعني نحن الان يعني في ناس بيقولوا كان الناس طلعوا والمجتمع الدولي هيجي يخش. المجتمع الدولي ما بخش في كلام زي ده، دي من مشاكل داخليه. المجتمع الدولي بيخش بعد ما الدوله ينهار طبعا كويس. يعني هذا المجتمع الدولي ما خش في ليبيا ليش؟ شنو؟ ما خش في سوريا ليه؟ كويس؟ ما خش في يعني ما بيخش لانه اصلا اذا اصلا ما شاف نفسه هو وين هناك. حتى المجتمع الدولي يعني يدار من دول عظمى مثلا. يعني هسه الدوله لو ما شاف نفسه هو الفائده بتاعه هيكون شنو داخل الدوله دي ما بخش. فبالتالي انت بتشجع في حاجه ما منها يعني ما منها عايد مثلا. الشيء الوحيد اللي دايرينه الان وده يكون يعني الختام لحديثي، وانا بضيف صوتي للاخوه الرافضين للخروج ضد النظام، لانه اخواننا نحن الدول يعني الدوله ما حاجه حينه. الامن بتاع الدوله ما حاجه بسيط. الحفاظ على الدوله ذاته ما حاجه حينه. ممكن نحن لدولتنا في الوضع القاعد ده يعني ممكن الناس طالعين ديل عشان قال فيه رواتب ما صرفوها، ده ما سبب زي الاطلاع به بالمناسبه. عشان قال في المفروض كان الطلوع كان زمان ساعه كان في مشاكل بين النوير والدينكا وبين الشلوك والنوير وبين كده الوقت ده كان الناس تطلع وانا رافضه فعلا النظام ما قادر يوفر مثلا السلام بين المجتمعات. ولكن الان الجماعه اللي كانوا عاملين المشكله ذاتهم وهو سلفا كير وريك مشار هم قعدوا بقوا حاجه واحده. فبالتالي الوضع ماشي الافضل كويس. الافضليه دي المفروض ما نخربها. عشان تاني انت بتضمن كيف الليله سلفكير وريك مشاريع الدوق يعني بافرايزنج يدوق السلطه ما بيدوق طبعا. انت حتكون ضحيه وحتتعب كويس، وغير ما انت تفقد ارواح. وبعد ذاك انت ذاتك الدوله هسه حاليا ممكن في الايام الجايه دي من المشاكل الحاصله دي ممكن الدوله تخش في حاله بتاعت طوارئ. فبالتالي انت بتكون هنا ما بتكون عارف نفسك ماشي على وين. الشيء الاخير اللي داير اقوله ولاشكر يعني ليج ستيت ميديا على الاضافه بانه نحن اخواننا يعني الناس العقلاء في الحركات اللي بتطالب بالخروج ضد النظام 30 يونيو. انا اتمناهم بانه يراجعوا نفسهم بانه الوضع ما مناسب الان. ما عشان سلفا كير وريك مشار كويسين، ولكن الجو ما مناسب. الناس اللي بيرفضوا ديل ما عشان هم يعني ما دارين تغيير، لكن التغيير محتاج لزمن محتاج لصبر كويس. وحتى التغيير اللي قالوا لنا الناس طالعين ديل المفروض يعني ميزوا لنا هل الثوره بتاعتكم دي ثوره جذريه ام ثوره ضد الاصلاح. طبعا في الثوره دي عندها كم وجه، طبعا عندها كم نوع من الثورات. ده ثوره بتاع ازاله جذريه يعني ده يشيل الجيش القاعد ده كله برا والسياسيين دول كلهم برا، ولا ده يشيل النظام الجهاد السياسيه كويس وتخلي الجهاد العسكريه. طبعا هسه الان الحركه الشعبيه ذات الحاكمه في جنوب السودان هو معروف اسفل ده حاجه واحده بالمناسبه. فبالتالي انت داير تعمل شنو؟ المفروض الحاجه دي اذا لو الاخوه في المعارضه عشان يوضحوا لنا يعني هم دايرين يوصلوا لشنو عشان ما يودوا البلد في جو نحن ما محتاجين له. نحن الان محتاجين ندعم العمليه بتاعت السلام ده ونكون واقفين مع القاده اللي قاعدين في كل المجموعات المختلفه دي. وحتى ممكن نحن كشعب نضغط الحكومه بانه يعمل اتفاقيه مع الناس اللي حملت السلاح في الخلا. المفروض نضغط الحكومه بانه يحل المشكله بتاعت جماعه بتاعت كيد جوان بين ريك مشار وجونسون اولون وسيد قرويج دول. المفروض الشعب ده شغل الشعب بيضغط الشعب. المفروض الشعب يضغط الحكومه عشان تساعد الناس في المشكله بتاعت المويه القاعده دي كويس، بتاعت الفيضانات الحاصله كويس. المفروض نساعد الحكومه الشعب يساعد يعني اذا الحكومه كويس بحل المشكله بتاع الحاصله في بحر الغزال في وراب. ده طبعا المطالب المفروض يعني الجهات السياسيه تعملها عشان تضغط الحكومه عشان نحل المشاكل زي دي. ولكن انت تجي كجهات مثلا يعني ما معروف مدنيه سياسيه زي تكون داير تسقط النظام، والنظام ذاته يعني خارج من حرب قبل كم يوم يعني طلع قبل كم يوم من الحرب، انت داير تطلعوا الليله بابرايزنج، هو السلاح ما طلعه، فابرايزنج ده ما حيسوي حاجه بالنسبه له هو يعني كويس. وهم جماعات كلهم حامله سلاح، والجماعه دي هم كلهم في الميدان الان يعني، حتى في الميدان هم عارفين نفسهم دي الناس منو ودي الناس منو دي الناس منو. لما يسمعوا بين نظامهم اللي جو الميدان ده يصغر، فهم بيطلعوا من الميدان حتى لو بالعصا. انا متاكد بكون ما في زول من في الميدان القاعد برا بيطالب بابرايزنج. المهم انا بقيف هنا وبدي فرصه للاخوه وادوا فرص للجماعه عشان هم يورونا انه اللي بيسووا كده ما صح. شكرا
Thank
لك
you.
يا نعم.
شكرا أستاذ مكير. Appreciate it. شكرا
نعم
جزيلا.
لا شكرا لك.
Now, yeah, شكرا. Now I will give you back. So, Jima and Mading, I will give you guys the last statement. So let me give this chance to come on, give 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then we put in your last word. And then Nuri will be 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then I will go back to my guests, Jima and Mading, and then we close up the show.
Okay. All right, I'll make it quick anyway. Thank you again, Abraham Madid, and all the viewers. I will conclude, like I said before, I am not going to touch anyone. I'm just going to basically say something to do with uprising. So I would love to say, my brother Moses, you are a very good young man, talented, and you are very, very, very well informed. I'm sure the way you explain your point there, you are well informed. My brother Juma Abur as well, and my brother Mading, especially you guys are very well informed, and I like that. And I think this is what the Lagos State media is, and us as journalists, and Noor, my brother, you know that as well. One day, I'm sure in years to come there will be a court, and then you will be here, you will be there. Everything we're talking about here is going to end up in your room, in your courtroom. And back to the point anyway. Okay, there's a theory in communication, guys. This is a communication we are talking here, and there's a theory. That theory is about 4 W's and 1 H. And the reason I want to bring this up is because what we're doing here, we have to answer these 4 W's in anything you say. It doesn't matter. Are you intellectual? What language are you using? You must answer 4 W's, and these 4 W's, according to me, as looking at that theory, something is fishy. They're not being answered. What is it exactly? Yes, uprising. We know what it is. It's uprising. That's there, and it's not being explained properly. Where? We know it's in Juba. Are you sure it's going to be in Juba? Noor has just brought it up. Where in Juba? Because we need to know a specific place in Juba. Is it going to be all over South Sudan? That thing is not answered, and that's the point I said before. Another W is when. Yes, you guys said 30th. There was uprising being announced a couple of early this year, and they mentioned the date, but it didn't happen. Me as a journalist, I'm looking into when, what date, that date. I'm looking into it, and it's going to be covered here in Lake State Media and other platform. It's going to be we're gonna wait for that day. But if that day doesn't happen, that means this when, as anyone arguing all this time, the letters you written, the people collusion. If that date is not going to be there, that means it's going to be like exactly what I was saying. Something is fishy and something is being hid. And you intellectual, especially people like Moses, you have to speak up, brother. If you don't answer this W and why you've been, I know I said before, something to do with floating. Everything is floating in my mind.
Hello.
Why? It's President Kiir, it's Riek Machar, it's talk one thing. Why are you doing the uprising here? Why? That why is not being answered, brothers. To be. And if I'm doing this like now, I'm asking why it's not being answered. And then the last theory of the communication we all should be aware of is who is doing this. We already say that. So I will say, brother Moses and your group and the people collusion and anyone supporting this, we are there going to be with you, and we're going to come back one day again and answer what is not being answered now. And also, if anyone is wrong here, you will have to apologize later on. What is going on? I will conclude it's not good. I condemn it. The reason, as a journalist, I'm like the lawyer and you guys, because I don't want it, because I know something is going to happen. You already given us figures of what happened in Khartoum, Egypt, and all of that stuff. Exactly, it's going to happen again. And now you're still pushing, and you know someone is going to die. Someone related to you, someone is going to die. And we are saying, if I condemn it, Lagos State condemn it, and other people condemn it. We are saying it another way around. We don't need anyone to die. If you keep pushing, uprising, pushing in the world, in the history, believe me, any uprising doesn't matter. Even uprising in your own house, it hurts. Simple, it hurts. And if you don't know this in the state you are in the years, in the age you are in, and the education you have in your mind, then where is the school you go to? That uprising gonna hurt someone. And Lagos State here, all of us here, arguing or pro or against, someone is gonna hurt. Stop it. Stop it. Someone is gonna hurt. Thank you very much. I yield back to you, Brother Abraham.
Thank you, Brother Kaman. That's all. Thank you for your last word. Appreciate it. Brother Nuri, I will give you 1 minute, 2 minutes. Unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
Good. I got you.
Okay. Online activists should not understand us, or should not misunderstood us. We need a good life. We need people to have breakfast. Breakfast is part of positive right. Right to food, right to medical care, right to shelter, right to education, right to job. We call them positive right, and we want everybody to have them. This is a response to our brother who is asking for change, who is asking for the resignation of the president. So when we did not mention, or if I did not mention, it doesn't mean we are ignorant of basic necessities of life. It is the scales of, it is the outcome of the action is being questioned, and what would happen if there is no leadership managing the uprising that you are intending to carry out in the middle of the people, that you are planning to carry out in the middle of a country, a society that is well armed, a society that is going through active violence everywhere in the peripheral areas, in the rural areas, on roads and on the street. How would you manage that? That's what many people are concerned with. Would you manage effectively, or would it spill over to cause more pains on the people of South Sudan? But it doesn't mean we're not recognizing the fact that people must have positive right to education, right to have job, right to have medical care, and right to have a shelter or housing. I just want to make that point very clear. What you are dealing with right now, you are pronouncing that you want to provide this to people when you form a government that will respond to this. That would be in anticipation until when it materialized, then people would be able to question you, your intention, and the management of the uprising that you are calling for. The synonym for uprising is revolution. The synonym for uprising, the term uprising is mutiny. The synonym for uprising is insurgency. The synonym for uprising is revolt and is rebellion. There's no other synonym for it. It meets the definition of this all this term. And I have seen you are intentionally staying away from those ones, but that's what it means. Because when you are doing uprising in Juba, what is likely to happen? Anybody would predict. You will block traffic, okay? You will block roads, okay? You will cause a massive inconvenience. And when you cause that, somebody else would say, why are you doing this? Somebody who is a resident of Juba, for example, or a resident of Torit, or a resident of Ventiu, or a resident of Wow, would question you, why are you doing this? I have to go to work. And who would be answerable to that should any confrontation occur? I think these are basic things that are likely to happen when you do that. And it's not you per se who would be actually launching confrontation. Your own supporters, they would be doing this. They would be interested in this. And I have to tell you, there is no government or there's no presidency that would resign if there is no a maximum pressure that will reach the threshold of violence. This is the facts, and you would know this. It's very amazing, and you're beautifully framing it. This is a civil. You're framing it like you're going for a wedding, which really surprised me, and it's very exciting language. But this is not about going for a wedding. This is about confronting the state should the state resist you. And you're asking the president of the republic to resign, to leave the power, and you take over the power. All right. Think about it. All right. So the people are concerned here because it would spill over and it would cause violence. And when it causes violence, who should be responsible? That's what we are asking here. Negative right, they can be taken away from you. Right to freedom of speech that would cause violence can be taken away from you by the state, by the government. Because if it's going to cause massive catastrophes and destroy properties of the people, those are negative rights, and the government can take them away from you. So my concern is, how sure are you that the uprising is going to be a different uprising from previous uprising that most people have seen? How they end up? They end up causing violence. They end up causing people to be admitted in hospital. They end up causing injuries. They end up causing lawlessness. They end up causing fighting between police and the protesters and the demonstrators. That's how they end up. So I'm really amazed by the definition of your uprising, how it can be a civil uprising without becoming a civil disobedient uprising. At the same time, you're asking the president and the first vice president, the most powerful people in the country, to say, hey, buddy, can you leave the power, go home? It's fascinating, and I have to thank Lagos State for bringing you here, and you have courage to even say it here. All right? You have courage to even say it here and say, I am asking the most powerful country, the most powerful president in the country or person in the country, and the next second powerful person in the country to say, hey, buddy, hey, leave the power. You're not providing housing. You're not providing shelter. You're not providing job. Can you just leave the power, buddy, and let's somebody else take over? This would leave it to exploration. What exactly is your intention? And I will actually stop there.
Thank you, Brother Nuri. What you said that you come back to put in your last word.
Yes,
My guests in Juba that tired. They've been here with me for almost more than 4 hours.
Okay.
I will give you 1 minute.
You know, the reason I left earlier because I was expecting others to join, you know, so then I will come later, yeah. But no one has. You know, I just want to make conclusion here, you know. I want to appreciate those who are speaking from Juba, from Rejima, from Meding, and others. Also those who have spoken. Medit, we are interested to see this government exit. But the language of uprising is not correct.
Right.
Number two, the time is wrong because September 12, 2018 was signed and it hasn't expired yet. If the uprising happen, that will dismantle the government and will send South Sudan into anarchy. Number three, what will happen? The East and the West will gang up against South Sudan. I want you guys to understand, don't think that Russia or China are supporting South Sudan. No, they can agree with the United States if their interests are on the line. And you have seen in Syria, what happened in Syria? For the first time since the fall of Soviet Union, the Russian Federation has returned to the Middle East. That's now the only station they have military, station, and now they can advance somewhere. we have the coronavirus, and we have economical disaster. You have seen the United States withdraw from Afghanistan, from Syria, from Libya. We have to put a calculation in place. If we cannot look toward the future, and then we are doomed to fail. Why I'm saying this, it is not right, and it's not the right time to support uprising from those who have called for this. And actually, you need to know that the reason why these guys are calling for uprising, there is, like Nuru said, there is a clandestine. Clandestine is behind these guys, and if it happens and people get killed, government of South Sudan will be out. Recently, you have seen what happened in the Wolf for UNISFA. They moved from Abyei, they came to a place called Gong Mashar, and they claimed it as part of Sudan. Why? The government of Sudan, Mr. Amdok, is working with the West and the East. You see, who is supporting Sudan? Is Saudi Arabia, is Emirates, is Qatar. We have now, Qatar has a link in South Sudan. Recently, we have seen some Muslims, they're claiming land in South Sudan. The government in South Sudan is very poor, is very weak. And we are very vulnerable. That's why me, individual, I reject that uprising is not the right time. It is wrong. Also, South Sudan government is supposed to allow a freedom of speech. If you are speaking, let them speak. Speaking is different than uprising. If they can allow them to speak their mind, speaking is their mind is good, because ideas of opposition also can support the government. Since the social media happened, South Sudan has changed a lot, because language has been used, some good word, advice, they have been using them. Number 5, I've said earlier when I came in, a new INF manager branch was appointed recently to South Sudan from Jordan. And we have seen $333 million has been loaned to South Sudan. For what? What about the oil money? What about the border money? These are actually a threat to us as Junubin, because in the future, this could put us into danger. You can give there will be too much loan. Who's gonna pay it? So yes, the government has due to go, but there is a peace that was signed. Let us give this peace a chance. If uprising happen, self-care and Bashar, they have the army. They can climb back to power, and they will dishonor the agreement, and they can share the government. What the comrade, the citizen guy said, Neil Bola can say, when SPLM disagree, they kill us. When they unite, they eat our resources. So it's what happening. What Riek Machar right now? He's enjoying his life. He's eating chicken. He's eating red meat, and he's living like in heaven. So it is time for us to unite with Junubin. But uprising must be discouraged. It is not the right time. So Sudan could be gang up, and we will be sent to a doomsday. So that's my message, and I want to acknowledge our brothers from Juba who have come here. My last message as well, I won't discourage dividing ourselves. There should be no category that these are from Khartoum guys, these are from East Africa, these are from Middle East or diaspora. No, you guys don't use such a stereotype. It's a prejudice. It will send us back it will delay us from moving forward. We can disagree and agree. Also, Moses from the uprising. Moses, you were in the Ministry of Finance. You work in the Ministry of Finance, you will be investigated, my brother. I have said this one several times, that those who were working in the government of Southern Sudan, since 2005 until 2013, I swear to God, you will be investigated. When the new government take over, there will be investigation, there will be prosecution. And I support even death penalty for those who have stolen $5 million. You're not different than those who have killed people. So that's the bottom line, But let us try to debate, intellectually. So Sudan belongs to us. At the same time, when a leader is been in war for more than 20 plus years, there is a trauma. These leaders of South Sudan, they have trauma. Why the United Nations is moving everywhere, Actually, I want to appreciate two governors. The governor of Warabi State and Lake State, they are doing excellent. I believe in jungle law. If there is no law in place, the jungle law must be used, to deter those who are not listening, and also to prevent, exploitation. Now, plant can land in our bushes. They extract our resources, our minerals. Every day, our airport is secure. We have no radar. No radar, Rajama. Radar mapping in Sudan. A fly can land in the bushes without knowing it. So the government is very weak, but it has to go. But it has to go through election, not through uprising. Those who are calling for uprising, you will be sentenced to life in prison, whether you like it or not. So with this, I will end here, and I appreciate it. If I have touched anyone, forgive me, but I don't actually go out of my, on my line. I was very specific. I know what I'm saying because I understand a global threat. The threat is against our African continent. South Sudan is not exception. South Sudan is on the line, and we must unite. The government
Thank you.
of Kir, our Uncle Mashar, they have to go. They are
Thank
not
you.
kings. They are not kings in South Sudan, but they can go through a peaceful mean after this peace expired. With this, thank you so much, my brothers.
Thank you, Brother Wood. And now I will yield back floor to my guests in Juba. So I will give you guys the mic time you needed to respond. And then after that, and I will close up the show. Jema and Medine, thank you for being patient and thank you for interacting. This is a wonderful thing you guys did. So some of the group, sometimes some of the leaders in the group, sometimes they are scared not to face some of the audience to come and debate with them. And you guys did today. This is a wonderful, this is unbelievable. I really give out to you too for the wonderful thing that you did. Welcome, allow our viewers and our brothers to join you on the panel and to have a reaction with you guys. It's a very wonderful thing. So I will give this chance back to you guys to put on your last statement before I close up the show. So, Brother Jima. Mute yourself, Jima. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go.
Glory, Kaman, and Award, plus Moses and the rest that have gone, I think you have been able to really propagate most of the issues that we wanted to address, and we cannot go further than that. What I like so much about the narrative is what Nuri was saying, that this one looked like a soap opera. You know, when you see the way the coalitions are designing their document and the way they are writing things, you feel like something is really cooking. But like I said earlier, this is a psychological warfare, and they are professional, by the way, in their own ways. And their intention is to create that panic, because when you create the fear in somebody, then you start now pushing things to go through. So it's not a bad pressure that they are given, but we know in reality that may not happen. And that takes me to my recommendation, because I will not make any statement contrary to what has been said already by most of the commentators. Number one, our people, we are in Juba with Michael Medin, and some of the people are in Juba. Nobody will go on demonstration in Juba because they understand the context inside out. So this demonstration is very much dominant on the social media, and it will remain there. It will not come out. That one, you need to take it to the bank. There is nothing that will happen. But for a few people that may have fallen into the propaganda that is being spread by the coalition, we still want to urge them to provide to prevent themselves from falling into that, because going on the street and protesting will lead to confrontation, just like most of you have really stated. And any confrontation will end up producing death, will end up producing destruction to property, will end up even displacing some people. And we don't want any single event to cause some of these things. And therefore, we are calling as number one recommendation out of this conversation that our people should not listen to the call for protest or call for uprising, because there are so many other avenues that we have, including the peace agreement, that we can be able to address. But online, they can still continue to discuss on how they can put the pressure on the government. That one is allowed, because you are hiding and you can say anything. Number two is that I also want to appeal to the members of the coalition, including those of Moses Mackay and the rest, that this is your country, and you need to be very honest with whatever position you are taking. If indeed you really want a revolution, let it be from your honest point of view, and don't allow yourself to be driven by private or foreign interests. Because the moment you say you want to go into the street, and once the two or three people are shot, just like the analogy analogy that that Kaman was bringing, that maybe you have cultivated a few people among the demonstrators that you will send out, and then these people will start shooting, and then the organized forces or the security forces will respond to them, and then the blood is start pouring. What is it that you have planned for your country? Yeah, and then maybe you think that the international community will come in. By the way, like Nuri was saying, when you talk about this Bill of Rights, they are not absolute. You know, some of these Bill of Rights are negative, some of them are positive. And if you start using them to curtail the rights of others and the freedom of other people, then you will end up being restrained from exercising those Bill of Rights. And I think most of you should also be able to update yourself on some of these things. In as much as you are intellectual, it is also good to look at the international human rights laws and also how they can be enforced without just using a blanket provision that we have freedom of expression, we have freedom of association, we have freedom of assembly. The moment where your right is stopped is where the other person's rights begin. And we need also to understand that in as far as the members of the coalition are concerned. The third recommendation I need to give is to the revitalized transitional government of national unity. Indeed, they have seen, apart from the rebellion that has been going on, and also the call by this civil society organization, that there is indeed need for them to have a political will, to put their political will in the implementation of the peace agreement. Because without implementation of the peace agreement, we will not continue to convince people who are disenfranchised by the action of the coalition government not to act or not to go on the street, because people need service, and that is a reality. People need security. Like now, I'm staying here up to 9 o'clock, and I'm worried how I will drive up to my house because I know Juba may not be so secure. So we need all these services such that we can be able to do things without anybody telling you, you step down and do this, because these people are very old. Salva Kiir, Yak Machar, they have a lot of blood pressure, they have a lot of diabetes. So this call may even be giving them a lot of hard time now. And if they want to help themselves, they them implement the peace agreement in letter and in spirit. The other thing I want to number four recommendation I want to give Abraham as I finish is that the international community, the region, I think somebody brought up a very good element of these people not being part. I think it was a word. These people, by the time the 2015 peace agreement was abrogated through the J1 fight, there became something called peace fatigue among the members of the international community and the region. And they decided they will not be part of the peace agreement in South Sudan. And that is why it was taken to Khartoum, and then Khartoum took over plus the Uganda and the rest. In fact, recently, if you have observed very critically, even Museveni has given up. Ethiopia is having its own problem with Tigray. The only one that is left now is Sudan as the grantor. But again, you will see Sudan, apart from its private interest of trying always to take back South Sudan into the Sudan, they also have their own transitional problem. So we are left alone, and it is about time that we try to address our house and put our house in order so that we are able to address our issues. So, in as much as they have their own interests, we need also to be very vigilant as South Sudanese, because these people will not think of South Sudan being stable and they are in crisis. There is a need for South Sudan to be pulled from either direction. And therefore, we need to urge the members of international community and even the region that we know the game that they are playing. We may be few as intellectuals who are very vast and conversant with the international politics and regional politics, but we will always make a case for South Sudanese to understand that we know the hidden agenda of other countries that are surrounding South Sudan, of the international communities, that you don't want stability of this country. And we will make sure that this case is made very strong and people will listen to it, that get up from the issues of South Sudan. Stop encouraging instability, stop encouraging violence, stop encouraging splinter groups, because this is not what we want in South Sudan. And I think that should go to the region. And finally, when we come back to ourselves, let us keep up the conversation. And I want to agree with Abbott that whatever conversation we should be having should be devoid of prejudice and propagandas and name calling. Because once we do that, then we will end up with the division that we are experiencing today. But I love the conversation that we have had today. People have different divergent opinions, but we have addressed them in a very professional way that we want our point to be taken. And the whole thing is about convincing our people that this is not the direction. This should be the direction. But we don't want to be extreme in the nature. Otherwise, thank you so much, Abraham, for hosting us. And I appreciate the fact that you brought different people from different background and different civil society groups to discuss. We hope next time maybe those of Awolej, those of Rajab Mwandis, those of Professor Jebmudu, and those of somebody in New Zealand is also part of the coalition. We need to have them on board such that we can be able to have a conversation. Otherwise, I really appreciate seeing all of you once again, and I hope to see you next time again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Jima. Magor, thank you for a wonderful word. And my last brother, Michael Green, is your turn.
Thank you, Abrams, and all the panelists who are here. Nunur and Kaman, Awed, Agut, and the rest. I think the others are gone.
Nuri, yeah, the rest are gone, yeah.
Yes. You know, this conversation that we are having today is what we had called even on the TV when we had a press conference. We said, let the leaders of the PCCA, let them come out and convince us that going to demonstrate against the armed coalitions, because these are men who are armed, will really give us the government we want. How are you going to get that? And I think some of the supporters are even convinced today that even if President Kiir leave today and Riek Machar, the government will not come back to the hand of civilians. It will be taken over by the military, whom we did not even have the mandate. It is better Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, whom we voted in 2010. Yeah, these are better because we voted for them in 2010, and we still have that. They still have that mandate. I have voted for President Kiir in 2010. Two, those of us who are saying no to uprising are not supporters of the government. We are on record. When some of the leaders who are saying here, who are claiming to be the watchdog of the poor people, when they were enjoying the comforts of J1 and finance, who were writing against the government. And you go, it is on record. You go there, Panwell will go. Google Michael Madin, you will get them. We have been principled and we have been saying, let us establish a nation that will make all of us happy. That has not been possible. It has been a challenge. You have seen now, because of lack of instability in our country is being encroached by our neighbors. And you cannot go and ask to fight for the border when inside your house you have not yet settled your sins. You cannot leave your children fighting in the house and you go and ask your neighbor, why is he bringing his chamber close to yours? You first need to fix here. We have a problem now in Sudan border. We have it in the other side of Kenya. We have the other one in Uganda. The one of Congo, we don't even know where the border is. And the government cannot go and talk there. The priority is first. How do we survive as a country? We have some of our leaders before, and by the way, South Sudanese. And that's where I lost trust in some of the leaders. In 2013, when they differ, some of them reach out and they go and call for economic sabotage. Our economy was very good by that time. After they have, literally in a Dinga culture, we keep cattle. When you fought with your brother and your brother want to kill the cow, you run away, you protect the cow. After you have protected this cow and he has feared it a lot, he come back and he say, now, let's share the milk. This milk is no longer enough. That's what happened. That's what had happened in this country. We have killed our own economy in 2013, 2016. We ran to UN, we ran to US, we ran where? And all the investors left. After we have done that, we come back to Juba and we start asking for money. My money, my money. Now they are struggling on money. We don't have enough money. We don't have enough money to pay our civil servant. We don't have enough money to pay for our soldiers, our security forces. We don't have. What do we have now? Our people have resorted to their traditional ways of living. They are cultivating their lands. They are keeping their cattle. They are fishing in river.
Okay, network is you have a network issue there. But you can try to check your network. Okay. But you can try to log back on to finish your last statement. So thank you, everybody. Yeah, let me wait for a few minutes before he come back, and then I will close up the show. So thank you, everybody, for coming in, and for those who are watching. So Mading, let me wait for Mading for a few minutes.
So, Brother Madid, while you're waiting for Mading, I can excuse myself and
So
the
you guys
discourse
can
can
leave,
continue.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Mading's network is not doing, so I should be wrapping up everybody. So I should wrap up the show. So thank you all for coming in. Thank you for viewers for watching the show. This is a very productive show and healthy debate, and this is what we want. And I would like to say thank you to my guests, Comrade Dima Mabur and Comrade Michael Mading. I appreciate them for coming in and interact with South Sudanese. That this is what we need. And I know it's late over there, Dima. I will let you guys go.
Thank you.
I will say thank you. And for those of you who are watching, like I know I see some of the messages that the group of PCCA, they would like to respond to this show. Next Day Media will always open, the door is open to everybody to come to our media platform.
That would be good. Now maybe when you're not responding.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
good.
open to everybody.
You know, you should be ready for that.
Yeah,
And Moses.
Thank you so much. I will always be available to talk to you.
Yeah. So as you guys can see, I'm
Thank you,
still
guys.
at work.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Eh,
Thank
good
you,
one.
Juma. Thank you.
What are you going to do? When did?
Era padare chukren wati wai ya kwal.
Bye, come on. Bye.
Padare ja.
Thank you.
Padare bye jema bye a got.
Master ke unawe. Selector bill pamake. Weye wega beti yeruli janang bantunga ye. Ninja jenge kunye jangu tenge. Ajin banda tunga ye na jin banda. Ajin banda mbebe yerulawan. Yerula e banda koi murian. Murian yui kodang. Tangto panalia. Wadua dini kajem. Kubai banda pani jen manye.
Madin, we are about to close up the show in network Nigeria. Latvian Perwadu.
Hello. Abraham, are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you, Madi. Oh.
Master ke unawe. Collector bill pamake. Weye wega batit yeruli janang bantungaya. Ninja jenge kunye jangu tenge. Ajin banda tungaya na jin banda. Ajin banda bebya yerulawan. Yerula ebane koi murian. Murian yuit kudang. Tangko panala. Wadwa dini kadang. Kubai pandang pani jemanya. Alaniriera to. Weye wega batit yeruli janang bantungaya. Ninja jenge kunye jangu tenge. Ajin banda tungaya na jin banda. Ajin banda bebya yerulawan. Yerula ebane koi murian. Murian yuit kudang. Tangko panala. Wadwa dini kadang. Kubai pandang pani jemanya. Alaniriera toko. Hey gayang na alejonya la tong baintal bagira kumbay toni dalwa jamana kunu amene yen baino dong ya benya darani je janjal madang manga kada bani vida borai.
It's your boy Young giving that thing. Control like stand and punch America. Banyi door ban control like stand and punch America. Banyi door ban wo ko jile kankar watana watching. Oga level like gear pa ogara like panda wadia punch America. Banyi door ban ching tongo pandon ku jura baya cheka. Paku panda juru wadia bi. Stand up and cheer America. Banyi je doa, ban leg stand.